Hello everyone, I am RexRed and I am back. I'm your favorite Ez3D polka man, and I'm going to be showing you my latest program that is now ready for public consumption. It has been almost a year since I have been working on this to get it ready to release to you all, and now it is ready. So introducing, drum roll please, and the ta-da ladies, come on out. Yeah, ta-da! Okay, here it is. This is EzFinder. Okay, now let's see what we can do here with EzFinder. Lower left. And this is the program, okay? Welcome, welcome. I have to select the stream for some reason. It's not showing. It's always better when I sing it. Select the stream, upcoming. It says we have an excellent connection. Lovely. So this is EzFinder, okay? This is what it's going to look like when it opens for you. And what I did, I was about ready to release it about 3 days ago, and it said, oh, it's done. It's completely done. And then I realized that it was really a 3-monitor like system. You have Daz open in one monitor, you have this open in another monitor, and you have the organizer open in another monitor, and that in my head just didn't work, okay? So what I had to do was fix this so that it could be a 2-monitor curation system, okay? So it could be done with 2 monitors. Let me go up here. I think I can turn my video on. Let me circle my camera on here. So I'm down here. Hello. And we'll make me a little bit smaller. All right. There is a lot to this program, and I'm going to try to go through it and show you what it's about, okay? Now, when you first start up the program, you have to tell it where you're going to put your user data. So it's going to say, come on, you can't go into the program. We're not going to open the program unless you give us a folder that we can put all of your user data into, okay? And so you have to specify a folder. That folder should be on an M.2 drive, okay? It should not be on a solid hard disk drive. It should be on either a SSD or an M.2, okay? And that may actually be a stipulation, because you see, I haven't really tested it on a hard drive yet. It might work, but chances are it won't. So we're dealing with 1 million files here, at least with my library, my Daz library. So the first thing you do once it opens, okay, is you tell it where your Daz library is. Mine is on the D drive, and it's my Daz 3D library. It's up in the top corner here. All right, up in here. It's up in this corner where it says browse, and you browse, and it opens up, and you tell it where your Daz library is. You put it in the root. You don't go into subfolders, your runtime or your environments or anything like that. You put it right into the root. Okay, then you click scan to file. Okay, up here, you click this scan button, and it can take, with an M.2, it can take anywhere from like 12 minutes to, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, depending on how big your library is and whether if you have a solid state drive. If you have a hard disk drive, it could take even an hour to 2 hours, okay? Because it is scanning your entire Daz library. If you have an M.2 like I have, it could take probably 15 to 20 minutes. This is something you only have to do once, and if you buy new files, okay, then you click this append button and scan again, and it just adds the new stuff in, okay? So what you end up with is this grouping of files here, okay? And if you select, now there used to be blue ones, I got rid of those because the blue ones were kind of a problem, okay? They were loading, the blue ones loaded into memory, the red ones were like lazy loading, and I found out the lazy loading ones just are the way to go, okay? So what you do is you uncheck this, and this is pretty much where you work mostly with this stuff. You might work with the DSA files, which is your scripts, and you might work with this CR2 files. You might work with the .daz files, okay? You might even work with some of these poser files that are down here. You might even look into what you have for OBJ files that you have bought from Daz, okay? So once this is scanned, you don't have to go through that long scan again, unless you mess something up, and it's pretty hard to do that in this program. So what you do is then you click on this stuff, and this is where most of your injectable items are. Here is in this folder. So what you do is you select what you want to work with. This is a curation system, okay? So it allows you to curate your content, which is, you can do it in Daz, but it's kind of cramped, and it's very difficult. You always have this fear of losing all of your curation if something happens with your library. So you do not have that fear of losing your, if you spend hours and hours and hours making a bunch of stuff, you shouldn't ever lose it, okay? Because you can save it very easily. You can save it in Daz also, but it's just a little easier here. That's why it's called EzFinder. Okay, so now this Easy Organizer, I'm going to give you an idea of kind of what the Easy Organizer is. As you can see now, you're given 8 panels, okay? And in these panels, you can name these panels whatever you want to name them. Okay, it says we're online. I hope we're not like private or something. Maybe my video is private. Let me go and see. Let me go here. Let me go to YouTube and see if my video for some reason is private, because I did delete a video a while back, and sometimes that can do it, can set your video to private. Switch account here, and how are we doing here? Then go to YouTube Studio, and then go to Content and Live. Verify it's you. Really? Okay. Next. Use your phone or tablet. Okay, we'll use the phone or tablet. Enter code, really? Okay. Enter code. Okay, Google, where's the code? All right, I think I've got...
I don't see any code in your...
That's because you didn't send it. Okay. Try another way. Use your passkey. Is this Microsoft stuff like coming in and telling me that this has to be done? Like, really? Okay, there it is. Okay. Next, it's me. It's me. I'm me. Okay, all right. So I'm kind of glad that there's that anyway. So it says it's public. Okay. So I just want to make sure this was public. All right. So, all right. In this is our organizer here, the Easy Organizer. And as you can see, it's very cool. What this does is allows you to like drag files from one place to the other. All right, and drag them back. Okay, what did I just drag over here though? Female poses, male poses, essentials. I think I dragged essentials. Okay, so we'll bring that back. We'll bring glasses over. You see, you can just move them from one panel to the next. So it enables you to organize them here, and it's pretty cool how this works. Now it remembers the layout here and how you can move these around. But the really nice thing, Matt, welcome friend. It is nice to have you here because you will always let me know when I'm using the wrong monitor or something like that. And that is very helpful. I'm going to go here and put my little teeny video camera here. We're in the lower right. We'll turn on the camera, and so you can see me this time. I'm not shy today. I don't know why I'm not shy. So let's see. So we come back here. So if you really look at what I have here, this is a gold mine, okay? And what this is it allows me to come in here and put into this panel what I scanned, okay? So I can take the clothing male, inject that in here, and hopefully it works. Oh, we have to actually check the box, okay? And what this does is this injects, this just injected 36,000 items. 36,000. Did you see how quickly that came in? All right, this is page 2. All right. And what you can do is you can just select these items like this and hold the shift key, select them, and drag them right over and drop them into the folders, okay? Very easy to do. And so, or you can select, it's like you have full control of your mouse and keyboard. So I can select these, and then select that, and then select these, and then select this, and select these. So it is very nice, and then just drag these. And there's also another hidden, like really major feature where you can hold the control key, and I can click one of these and drag it into a folder, and it will drag all of these files that I put in here. Inject these again. All right, it will inject 36,000 files into one folder, okay? And it will give all of those files the little symbol that goes along with that folder. And you'll also notice that these all have these like little badges, they're called. It tells you if it's a MAT file or an OBJ file, and it's not perfect, okay? But it is pretty cool how that works. Now these are collapsible, so if I collapse this and collapse this, I can work with an entire page, okay, of items. And work, so there's 169 pages, which comes out to 36,000 items. But I can basically come in here and say, oh, there's shoes, these are shoes, okay, I want to put shoes into one folder, okay? And then so just select these and drag them into the shoes folder. Oh, these are hats, okay? That's a hat or something, a choker, okay? So let's bring these chokers and put them into another folder, which would be like accessories, wearable accessories, okay? And like this shows you the power of this. Yes, you are a big help, Matt. You are. So this is an amazing, like when you go to hair, okay? This shows you the power of curation. This is not smart content, okay? This is intelligent content. This is you curating, and it gives you access to your entire Daz library, things you didn't even know. Like, I've never really seen these medical division like camo clothes here, okay? I've never seen, didn't know I had them. As I go through this, I'm just shocked at all of the things that I own that I didn't know I had, okay? And it's in every category. It's just like, wow, I look at these things. And even the DAS, what do they see? CR2, CM2, CR2 files, CM2 files, the .daz files, it's like amazing to see. There's so many like cool things that are like really, really old legacy products that I can get a hold of now through this. And it's really, really nice to be able to just like see them and with two monitors open, I can work with this and create these. Now these are all shaders over here these two rows are shaders. These are environment things. The environment things I haven't really gotten because I have like thousands. There's 71,000 items in my environments tab. Okay, when I go to this environments, we undo that one. It empties that out. It brings it. This was a nightmare putting this together. But here we go. This brings in my environments, okay? And there's 336 pages, 436 pages of all of this environment stuff, and mixed in together between the environments and the our environments and props, okay? And so my microphone is not okay. My headphones. Okay. So this is the curation part. Okay. And now we've got another issue here where I've lost like a little bit of my audio, and I know how to get it back. We got to. All right. There we go. So so this brings you to all of these items that you can just go through and curate intelligently. You can put them together. You can do this in Daz, but not to this visual and engrossing level, okay? Not even close, okay? It's extremely cramped, and it's not a full kind of experience where the purpose of this program is to do this. This one thing is to curate your Daz content. Okay, that's what it is to get it together. And now once you get it together, then you can just kind of close this down here. All right, you can close these compartments down, and these are your HDRI scans and your this is included, the Easy HDRI, and also an external scanner for certain people who have have other content that they want to load into Daz. Now this right here is the new thing, okay? You haven't seen this yet. And this is called the, I don't even know, it's called the green panel, okay? And what this allows you to do is open these panels in here. But what you do is you open one at a time. You see how I've got one called character here? This is character. There's the character panel. Props, there's 8 of them, all right? And there are 8 of them here. So I can click the character one, and it shows me all of the items that are over here in the character. So basically, I can close that. And then I can just inject them from here into, so we can go this Genesis 9 figures, okay? We double click on that, and boom, look at this. These this is intelligent curation, okay? These are all these are all of my Genesis 9 figures. Yes, that's right. That's exactly right, Matt. If you move something in your Daz library, you're working with your Daz library. This does not alter or change your Daz library. This part right here is the result of a scan. And what it does is it scans your Daz library and creates like a mirror library that is like less than like 0.01% of the size of your Daz library. This folder, I can take you to it right now, and I will show you that this folder right here, okay, let's go to this lower left. This folder right here, this is where my user data, this is where what it does is scans your Daz library and creates this library, okay? And these are called compartments. This compartment, if you go to the properties, is 886 megabytes, okay? This compartment, for these compartments here, this is the mirror of your Daz. Welcome, Art, welcome. So yes, I am here. I'm showing the new program. It is ready to go out to the masses. So this is, oh, thank you for the congratulations. All right, so these compartments are less than a gig, okay? And if you figure my Daz library, this is everything. Like if I go like this and click Duff, and I click and inject, all right? What this is injecting here, this just injected 1,042,205 items. That it just injected them. There's 5,922 pages of items, and I can search through them, okay? And I can search through them with words like Christmas tree, and I don't have to put any kind of like quotes or anything, just type, and it will find everything with Christmas tree in it. And let's do that. CHRISTMAS tree. All right, enter. It works like you would expect it to work, okay? This just is scanning now. Well, it's supposed to be scanning, so it might not work. Okay, now it's searching. All right, so Christmas tree, okay. All right, so the search isn't working. I don't know why. There's been a lot of stuff going on here lately with this program. I had to really dig stuff up. So it would, oh, this is here. It's for some reason, okay, it's 2 pages. There it is. All right, there's 2 pages of Christmas tree stuff. All right, so that's, it just found that out of 1 million, but you know, if you look, this is like every Christmas tree that I own. This is even, I don't own a lot of Christmas trees, but this is every one of them. Okay, these are OBJs, these are OBJs, these are injectable, okay? So so it does actually work. I'm just not sure why it didn't refresh, okay? There's little teeny kind of things, but it works. It worked, okay? So it didn't not work, okay? So this is an OBJ, that's an OBJ, these are injectable items, okay? That's an OBJ, these are OBJs, these are OBJs, okay? All of these are Christmas items. Now if I just type Christmas, okay, we take and we go back. So yeah, so this, and then what I can do is I can hold the control key, open up the organizer, and I can go into props here, which would actually be environment, okay, because environments has all kinds of props. Okay, props is kind of different thing. So new folder, and we're going to call this Christmas tree, all right? And there it is, right there at the bottom. Oh, let me go here. We'll go over here. All right, we're going to actually show this with both screens. Now what I'm going to do is hold the control key and drag this over to here. And now you see this Christmas tree went up to the top. And it went up to 500 items. So it actually, that didn't quite work the way it was supposed to. It like put the entire thing in here. So let's see what the way. So this one we'd have to work around here, and that is to go. And this actually, this program is kind of done. So even with these little bugs in it, it's still like done. Okay, so we're going to go back here to Christmas tree again. So I deleted them, and all of those little symbols went away. Okay, Christmas tree. Okay, so, and then we're going to right click here, change the true symbol to say this little ladybug, and then we're going to go and we're going to change the color so we can see it a little better. All right. Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing, that there are a few bugs, and we're going to give that the little ladybug to celebrate. Okay, so I'm going to just drag these in. Okay. And that just dragged into our 176 items. That's a lot of Christmas trees. And there's out of one pages. There's one page of Christmas trees. I think there was a few more. So what we can do is re-inject. Okay. And then we can research. See what happens. See, the refresh I don't think is working. But all we have to do is paginate. Okay, so this is page 2 of the Christmas tree. We'll throw them in there too. All right, and page 1. So the refresh for some reason isn't working. And I kind of know why, because this was just built yesterday, okay? So, and this is what makes this so amazing. Because once you curate all of these folders, like these are shaders, floor shaders, fire shaders, fabric shaders, and like this fabric one, okay? There's 3,000 shaders here. Okay, right click, load to main. There's 23 pages. There's 3,000 fabric shaders, okay? I curated them. All I had to do was search through the shaders, which is down here, shaders, for fabric, and then drag them into there, and I searched for drinks and dots and denim, cotton, corrugated, concrete, cloth, clear, clay, Christmas shaders, chainmail shaders, carpet, brocade, brick, bone, bark, asphalt, animal skin. You see, this, and the thing is easy. You can create these lists of your items and share them with friends. Okay, so you can take like curated lists of things. If they don't have the same things, they're just not going to be there. But if they do, then you can use their curated lists. So people can now sell lists of EzFinder items that curate content. Okay? And all you do is load it, and even if it's on a different drive, because the paths are absolute in these, okay? It's the way that I set this up, was to use absolute path. So even if you load it, it does a conversion with the set and changes the drive letter to your drive letter so that they work, okay? Now, wardrobe, we've got jackets, okay? So what I'm going to do now is, so what this is, over on the right, is your full organizer, okay? But once you get all of these organized, you can just close this, okay? And then you can come over here and use this. Because, as you can see, I have now my curated list. I have my 2 shader lists. I have poses. Look at this. I can now laying down poses, floating poses, kneeling poses, fighting poses. Double click. Fighting. Okay, these are fighting poses. Please stop fighting, people. All right, so there's only 2 pages. I haven't curated all these poses. Now this is convert to 9. This is my master list of poses. There are 19,000 poses. These are just my Genesis 3 and 8 and 8.1 poses that were converted to Genesis 9. There's a special scanner that scans them out of there's a conversion program in Genesis that Daz sells, and it converts all your poses from 3 and 8 and puts them all in one folder. And what this does, it puts them not in one folder, it puts them in like hundreds of folders, and it makes it impossible to get them all out. Well, what this does, this import external, is you put in your the poses library, and it searches into the folders and finds all of them. It doesn't move them, it just takes their and uses their and points to them. So it doesn't copy them. It just points to them, but it takes them out and creates this converted folder here. So you can right click, okay, inject that. Now this is the direct scan from that folder, okay? And there's 114 pages. There's 19,000 poses here, okay? And so what you do is then you open your organizer here. You open this up here and you create a poses panel, okay? And you first you drag them all in, okay? And that's by holding the control key, and you drag on one and it drags the whole folder into here. Then it copies them again, but again it only copies these little pointers, okay? So the entire poses folder, even though there's 19,000 poses in here, and these images are pointers also, okay? They are pointers to original content. So so none of this has actual images. None of this doesn't even take up, maybe 10 or 20 megabytes, 10 megabytes, okay? So if that, I can tell you actually right here, we can go down here and we go here to Daz, and how big is this folder? Okay, easy library, okay, where is our poses? Okay, converted poses to 9, okay, properties is 12 megabytes, okay, for my entire Genesis. Finally found you, Angus, good evening. Welcome one and all. We have Lithium Logica, we have Art here tonight, we have Matt Martz, and I guess that's it. So, but thank you for coming and checking this out. So we're going to progress a little bit further here, but also we have an HDRI scanner here. Okay, it scans all of your HDRIs, and boom, there's 30 pages of HDRIs. Now you can make this all bigger by just going into Windows and choosing and making the fonts bigger. And if you make the fonts bigger, then it will show less of these images, okay? And these fonts will get bigger, okay? It's a matter of taste, but it works either way. And if you notice that this right here, if I bring this over here and make it large, this over here, this monitor is HD, okay? It works on an HD monitor. You can just drag it back and forth, You bring it over here, okay, and it works on a 4K monitor, okay? And I can bring this over here, okay, and make this large, and this works on a 4K monitor, or it works on an HD monitor, okay? So you can use, if you have two monitors, one is a 4K monitor and the other is an HD, or if you have two 4K monitors, or if you have two HD monitors, it works, okay? So it just works. It's been written to work with both, okay? So now, so what this does is putting this panel just got put in about a day and a half ago, all right? I just woke up in the morning and I said, oh my God, I have to have my, these panels need to be here, all right? And you'll see why, because I can now close this, all right? And this is the really cool part. And I can bring this over here, all right? And make that full screen. And then we don't need our compartments because we have now these items. So I can go wardrobe, okay, and go to jackets, all right? And what is really, really cool about this is now I can come here and open Daz, okay? So all you do really need two monitors, okay, to do this. If you have a laptop, then you hook another monitor to your laptop, okay? But you bring this over here, and now look what we have, all right? So I can now go to characters, okay? And I can double click on Genesis 9 figures. And as you notice, I don't have my smart content and my, well, it is here, but you can close that. I don't have my smart content. I don't have my, my content, other content. I don't have either of them. We have this, okay? So what you do is we go here. It doesn't mean that you can't use that also. But let's just go here and find a character. Let's go with this Holden head, okay? And let's see, which one do I like the most? We're going to go with this guy, this HD guy. So this is over here. All I did was double click on it, okay? And it loads just like you would in Daz, all right? I double clicked on it, and as you can see, while this is open, I can still click on the scene. All right, well, once it loads, okay. Okay, here he is. He doesn't come with skin, but I used him on purpose so we can load skin on him too from in here, okay? So now you can see, while this is open, I can still click on and work. Okay, it's not like with so many Daz scripts, when they're open, it goes and it makes a noise and you can't click on anything but the script. Okay, this allows me to completely work with both, okay, because it is a Windows program. It's completely based on through Windows. So now I can go here to, let's see, Genesis 9. Skins, where are my Genesis 9? We're in character, male skins, 9 skins, okay? Double click on this. And let's first put some pants on him. So we'll go to wardrobe and shorts, okay? And we go through here. Now, what's really cool is this little sidebar here. When you open this sidebar, when I click on something, it tells me what it all is, okay, over in the sidebar. So you don't have to kind of hope it, and like a pop, you click on it and it says, oh my gosh, what is this? And then you have to go look. You can just, as you're clicking, you can say, oh, these are for Genesis 8 shorts, but it says iRay, so that means that it's probably these are Genesis 3 shorts. Will they work? Let's see. Okay, so that one, some of these have missing files, and they have missing files. It may be because they're actually some products have missing files, and it's not. It's the way Daz is. Some of them have missing files, and so we'll go in here and let's see. And okay, this one, OBJ, these are one for Genesis 8. Let's try this. Okay, it says, so we know it's for Genesis 8. This is our auto fit, right? So Genesis 8 male. It doesn't, yeah, you have to kind of guess whether it's male or whatever. But there it is. Okay, now he's got shorts. So now we can put some skin on him, all right? So he doesn't look too naked. And so we go back to 9 skins. Yes, yeah, it could be, and that's right, Lithium Logica. It could be that I bought the object, the texture pack, but I don't own the actual pants. There's a lot of different convoluted things, but you see, the reason why I say they're not there, the textures aren't there, is because I've actually gone in and searched for the textures, like through the entire Daz library. The textures it's asking for, they're not in the library, okay? So there, so that's it. So now we're at skins here, okay? And as you can see, we have all these, I have 6 pages of Genesis 9 skins, okay? And this is like, you know, when you figure 6 pages, but look at these. These are, okay, this is clean skin. Okay, this is Ralph. Let's try Ralph. Okay. Come on. All I did was double click on it. There's Ralph. Okay, now you're starting to get the picture here, because now also, when you don't have your smart content open and you have everything over here, look at the size of the room you get to work with, okay? Because your content is over here, all right? Just a thought now, people, okay? Because then all you have to do is your parameters and scenes and stuff like that all in one. It takes a little while to get used to going down to parameters. And you can now pull this over a little bit more, okay? And see kind of what you're doing, your scene. All right, so, but they're all here. So now we have our, yes, it does, doesn't it? It just being able to, this, it's like, I'm kind of shocked by the way this, and I could put this all on that side if I wanted to. Instead, it's all a matter of where you want to put these things, okay? So, but now take a look at this. Now we go to hair, okay? And we've got short hair. Okay, one of these says, I just put it together. It took me all night to do it. Wearable hair, okay? We're actually, yeah, what we're doing is we're in the EzFinder. So we just double click now, and this, see, this is taking our organizer hair, all of these items, and showing each panel, so you can just select them here. And look, there's still a lot of room, and I've got short hair, hair textures, beard, I got goatee, arm hair, eyelash, hair long, short hair, chest hair, leg hair, armpit hair. You know, I could put a category for nose hair. I could put, you know, every peach fuzz, you know, stubble. Okay, so we've got, and it would still not, and if it goes down there, then a scroll bar appears, and you can just keep adding stuff here, okay? So look what I just did. This is wearable hair, and look at this. Look at how amazing this is. This is out of 1,500 hair items, and you can click on them, and it will tell you, usually, It just says Genesis, okay? So I'm not sure. Genesis. I bet this is Genesis 9. Let's see how it looks on him. So we're going to double click. All right. If it goes on him, yeah, it did. It's probably Genesis 9. Some things just, they don't tell you what they are in the metadata, okay? So, and that's a sign that they're probably not going to show up in your smart content either. Okay, I know, long, luxurious nose hair. I know, you can comb it, it's so long. Yeah, so look at this. These OBJ. Let's see, windswept. Now, see, this likely, this is, it says an OBJ, but when it says windswept, it probably means that it's, okay, now this one says Genesis. Okay, I think this is getting cut off, okay? Because, like, if I bring it over here, let's see. No, it's not being cut off. All right, so I'm not sure why. Because this one should say Genesis 9. It really should. Library people. Okay, top fade hair, character. But I believe, I'm sure this is a Genesis 9 hair. Yeah, it didn't ask to. So here we go. So this is hair, okay? So now we go here, over here to poses, okay? And remember all those poses that I said were converted to 9? So I have them here, all right? And this is 285 pages of poses. And what's going on here? Okay. All right, we've got some kind of memory thing here going on. Let's go back. All right. If this happens, there's workarounds for it. You just reopen it. And it's not very often when it says it's running. Okay. So it's not very often when this happens. In fact, it probably won't be happening. It's just the program is taken so long to make it, and it's working with millions of files. So now I can just come back here and go back in to my what was it? Which was it? Environments, I think. No, all. No, it would be, I think it's props. Okay, HDRI. All right, now so you see the 60 pages and it's paginating fine. So I did a lot of major overhaul. And so now as you can see, it's paginating fine. We're up to page 6. Okay, so this entire thing is all new. Okay, these are just 2 days old. So all of this, like the little truth symbols, it tells you what, like all of these, you can see that little truth symbol there. They all have that symbol. That means they're in that folder. And you can actually edit them here. You can curate from here. You can drag things into these folders, and you can right-click and remove things from the folders. Remove from HDRI, and it works. So there's a lot of, it's working, but there's just a few little, like when Daz 6 came out, and it didn't even, the viewport didn't even work right. Okay, so, but they built it from the bottom up, so that's wonderful, but it didn't work. Okay, so let's just throw an HDRI in here. Double click. That's all you need to do, and there you go. He's in the woods. Okay, so he's standing on the rock. And now we can take and go here to parameters. Well, go back to scene, select our guy, go to parameters. Y rotate. And hello. And so let's see. Can you look at us? All right. Now we go back here to poses. All right. This was the one we had the problem with. I did load 19,000 poses in here, but I loaded 1 million duff items we can take and turn them off. I loaded tons and tons of things, and obviously some things didn't get released from the memory. But as we go through these here, you will see we've got all these poses. Okay, we can close this down because we don't need that because they're just poses. All right, let's see this one. Let's make sure he's selected. Okay, let's try this pose. And there it is. All right, so you've got your wardrobe here, shorts, jackets, coats, and you see these don't come with it. You have to curate them. You have to create your own folders here in the organizer. These come empty, okay? And you right click and you put a new folder in here, and then you have these on separate monitors, okay? And you go through these categories here. This is your compartment scans. And you go through these compartments, like I can click on, say, Genesis character male, all right? Right click on this and inject. That just injected 53,000 Genesis character male, just character male, okay? 53,000 items, okay? And it's male items, okay? It was difficult to, there might be a few female items, but it was really difficult to separate because female has the word male in it, okay? So, but we did separate them. So there are, and the same thing for female skin, female poses, female hair, okay? So they are separated, and it's not perfect, okay? But as you go through these things, you can curate them. You can create the folders and curate them all in one window now, okay? So this area right here is for like saving configs. Like you can save this entire config, and it saves it as, you know, as in very, very teensy tiny files, okay? Even though there's 1 million files in here, it's still only a couple of megabytes, a few megabytes, 4 megabytes or 3 megabytes. All right, so if that, and so you save this, and I can actually tell you how many megabytes. All of these, you see, there's 3,000 female poses, fighting poses. There's 213 plants. There's 10,000 plants in here, okay? And there's ferns, 400 flowers, 2,751 flower items in here, okay? All of these I have curated, okay? And this took a long time to come to hate how it handles things. Well, this, you know, Daz, you know, I have to agree. I hate the way Daz works, but I'm in awe of the way Daz works also. Because I've used it so long, I've kind of gotten used to it, all right? But I've gotten used to being cramped and not finding things. I've just kind of become desensitized to not being able to find my HDRIs and things like that. Like this HDRI here, I've never seen this before. I didn't even know I had this, okay? This is amazing, all right? I didn't know I had this HDRI, okay? So this is the thing, is that I've gotten used to not having my content, not knowing what I have and not knowing where it is. Okay, so everything in your library has been scanned and placed in here. So you can't edit this, okay? All you can do is delete it and rescan it, okay? This is a copy. It's like a mirror of your Daz library with everything pointing to your Daz library. But what it allows you to do then is to take these files, like I can take, like I put all these mail items in here. Look at these. These are expressions, all right? So I can just take these, all right, and go to poses. And look, I have my expressions here. I can go Genesis 9 expressions. Yeah, here they are, Genesis 9. And I can look at these expressions and say, are they Genesis 9? And so we'd have to go back where they, where are the expressions? Or I can just type in expression. All right. And that is exactly what I did here with search. Okay, we're searching 43 pages. Okay, for some reason my search isn't working. I have to figure out why. So we'll clear this, okay? And we'll go back to, we'll inject it again. Then we'll search. Okay, I think it did fine. It's just not refreshing. Okay, so we have 43 pages of expressions. Okay, so look at this. I mean, and you can tell by some of these, you can just look at them and say, oh, I know that's Genesis 9. And so you drag them and drop them into your Genesis 9. I have 2,000 Genesis 9 expressions, okay? That are here. You will not believe the depth of this program because we also have this Easy Designer. And the Easy Designer lets you sort by gender. Because look, it says this only male because I only selected the male category. It's looking at what's checked here, okay? And it allows you to then filter down into these categories by folder path, look, and you can search the folder path. And once you isolate, you can select and say like generation Genesis 9, you can go to gender and say male, and then you can isolate and say preset shape, and then subtype, and then you inject, and it will fill your, this is what this Easy Filter Designer is. It's actually, I call it Easy Designer, but it's a filter designer because the way the program started out was where I made like specific filters, a filter to filter Genesis 9 close, male, Genesis 9 male close, a filter to find like just your scripts, and a filter to find this. And then I realized there were just so many filters and they were crazy and they were all overlapping and it's like, okay, then all of a sudden I had this epiphany and I said, why not create a filter designer? Okay, and that's what this is, okay? Whatever you have checked over here, it looks only at that. So if I come out of here and if I go into the female, it should work. Okay, now we go to the Easy Designer and we go to gender. Now you see it does have some male here. It's 251 files, okay, of male. So but it has 17,000, so it's working, okay? So then I can just take and say, select the female files, okay? And then come down here to subtype or asset type and say, okay, instead of preset, let's find preset shaders or material preset, pose presets, cameras for, I don't know, characters. It allows you to create your own filter from the metadata that's in these files, okay? And then you have product names, okay? So we still have the gender, the female, so it's filtering it's seeing only your, and like if you look and see here, it says there's 11 folders and there's 3. Each folder has like 10,000 items in it, okay? So this female, if I inject this female cat into here, okay, there's 32,000 items, and I don't have a lot of female items. I have mostly male items, but I still have 32,790, okay, of them, okay, 32,000. So this easy designer allows you to go through and look at this search. I can search for Victoria. All right. Now, what it did, okay, was it found just this Victoria. I can hold the control key, and this was hard to put in, and hold that, select that, and inject, okay, and that found 0 matches because I think I have I have too many things selected here, maybe. So what you do is you clear the filter, okay, and just put this folder path, Victoria, just go there, okay, and select this, and select that. Okay, we got to hold the shift key, inject. Now the 794 matches, okay? So, you know, I don't have a lot of Victoria stuff, but now we can like kind of collapse this and collapse that and collapse this. All right, and there's 8 pages of Victoria stuff that we found through those folders, okay? That's one way of filtering stuff, okay? It's so you can find everything. So you can find everything you want to find, all right? It's just, there's so many ways to find your stuff. And once, okay, so now once you have this found, you open your organizer, okay, over here. You go to characters, right click, new folder, all right? And we'll just call this Victoria. All right? There it is. I hold the control key, drag it. Oh, come on. Drop it. And that put that 794 Victoria items into this little folder here. Okay, now I can go back here and we go back to characters. And there they are, right there. Now I can just double click. Anytime I want that Victoria folder, there it is. See, this is how it works. And you have the Victoria 8 eyes, okay? You have your everything Victoria. Victoria poses that are made specifically for Victoria and probably and Michael. Yeah, Michael, Victoria, there you go. These are Michael 8. Okay, and you got, so this is how this works. Now, so what this now is, with this over here, this new little part here, in here, what it is a 1 monitor curation, because what I can do is open this, inject a folder like say environments, okay? And this is a huge folder, inject, all right? And then I can go here to environments, all right? And I can search for, search for lab, all right? Let's just search for lab. Okay, and I found out it's just not refreshing, but all of these have something to do with labs. Okay? All right, so I can't create folders in here, so all I have to do is open up the organizer, okay, and we're in Enviro, right? So we come here, new folder. It's a way to curate, okay, lab. All right, oops, we've got, I don't recommend using special characters in your names, okay? But I just do it at your own risk. Okay, now you can see that already showed up here. So I can take this entire category here and just drag it down into there. Okay? Are you going to go in there? Aria? Come on. Show me that you work. Okay, we are twisting the streams here a little bit, but okay. Oh, no wonder why. Okay, that's right. So it's not seeing these 40 pages. It's still seeing the entire environments. So that's something I have to go in and fix, okay? So the way you would do it is you just grab it page by page and drag them. So what I can do is just delete this, go here. Where is it? In Enviro, we go to Lab, delete it. Now you'll notice, delete, okay? Just delete the folder. That's why it took so long. It put 87,000 items in there. Okay, now we go to Enviro. Okay, we go back to Enviro. Okay, Lab is gone. Okay, so we go back now to Enviro. See, there's a workaround for this if you mess up things, all right? So you just go to Lab. All right, and okay, the true symbol's kind of weird, funky, got some funky going on here, so let's give that a flower. Okay, here's our lab, and I'm not sure why there's 2 items in there, but let's go and inject them and see what happens. Okay, let's close the program for a moment. So there's going to be little issues, and at some point I'm just going to put the program out. It is technically kind of finished, okay? So now we go back to Enviro, and we got Lab here. Can I inject those? No. So there's still an issue with why those are in there. Now if we open up our designer, not the designer, our organizer, okay, Lab is right. Is Enviro Lab, okay. Oh, it's not 2 items. This is Lab 2. It just put that in the title, okay, in the name, because there were 2. All right, so now it says 0 items, okay. So it's working right, okay. So now we go back to our stuff here, and we go to environments. It's still checked. It remembers, and let's search. When there's nothing in here, when you search up here, it searches these. Okay, so Lab, we're going to search the compartment. Okay, this is the first thing you do is scan this. And we just start grabbing these. Okay, there's 43 pages of them, but that's the workaround. There's 55. Now you notice it changed 55 here, and over here in this Enviro, there's 55 items. It's still working. They all have the same true symbol. You see it just put those symbols, these little symbols here on these, okay? So I can close this down now. Now that I have that lab there, I can curate from one window. You see? That is what's cool. And I can close this, all right, even though I'm still, and I can close that. All right, now let's go back to page 1. All right, and we can take this whole page and put that in Lab. All right, and then go to page 2. See, it's working pretty darn good, you know? And so, like I said, it's ready. That number that we saw there, where it looked like it said there was 2 items in there, that's when you have duplicate folders, okay? It didn't quite forget that the folder that was once called Lab, so it gave it a second folder named Lab, okay? And it put 2 after it. So you just go and rename it and get rid of the 2. All right, so then we go to page 3. So yeah, this is a workaround until I fix that, but you just drag them. Boom, see how quickly those truth symbols populate? They just, boom. All right, drag them, see? And so, yeah, you got 40 pages to do until I fix this, because what it should be doing is I just hold the control key and drag, and it should only drag what's been, only the search results. But it's dragging the entire compartment, okay? So, but the workaround is just the way I did it before I put that feature in here to drag only the search results is to just go through all 40 pages and drag them. But look, I have 540 lab items, and look at these lab items. Look at these, they're kind of mausoleums. I'm not sure why some of these things are in here under lab, but you'll probably find that slab and things that, other words that, like all this Egyptian stuff, could be under something that has the word lab in it. Collab, or something. But at some point, okay, these jars, and look at hourglass. Look at these flasks, okay? This is candle holders. This looks labish, okay? Looks like lab stuff. And this MR room, look at the books, the magic spell books. We're getting towards lab stuff. See, so you're the curator. You're the one who curates. Like I said, it starts out empty, and you curate and put what you want into your. Now this medieval, this is, we got Daz open. Let's put this in the scene. All right, now he's in a tent with this kind of medieval lab. All right, so look at that. So that was a double click, okay? And we need another table, okay? So this table here, the bench, we pull that bench out. Okay, the bench is going to go here. So yeah, we pull him out a little bit here so he's not lost in the room. All right. And what happened to our... Okay, I believe that this scene did something really weird. It gave us some kind of thing with our environment. Okay, so we have to go to the environment options and see it obviously cleared out. Parameters. Oh, here we go. And dome and scene, infinite scene. Okay, it put the, but it did something here with none, scene. Why is this all gray? Let's look through the camera, one of these cameras. Okay, parameters, dome and scene. All right, let's put another HDRI in. Something change the HDRI to gray. So this would be in props, HDRI. Okay, what did that do? Let's see. That didn't work. Okay, there's something funky about this scene that I don't understand. It's like everything's inside of a box or something, okay? There's like a gigantic box, and if I select that, delete, there's something it's doing with the render settings that I don't understand. Okay. Save, okay, environment. scene. Cameras. We'll get rid of these cameras. And let's take this whole thing and do this. It's like there's some kind of backdrop or something. Perspective view. Let's go to texture shaded. Okay, these are HDRI PA. We go to our HDRI, these ones. Oh, we got to go back into iRay to see them. There we go. Okay. Well, that looks exactly like it fits right in there. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking as the draw dome was off, but it might be these HDRI PAs. Let's drop them back in again. These are the original HDRIs. Yeah, they're working too. So I'm not sure what it was, a tiny little hiccup there, but they're working. So you save your scene. Okay, so this is what this is like homeless camp. Yep, that's it. They're very neat though. They don't make a mess. They clean up after themselves. It's homeless camp. Yeah, it's funny, Bart. So yeah. So we got this empty park. Okay, this one's, yep. This looks like our park down the road here. Yeah, that one fits pretty nice in there too. Yep. So you can set the base to be, you know, everything still works the way, you know, it's just so much easier to, so these are the HDRI PAs. The difference between the HDRI PA scans, all right, is that these change the environment settings, okay? And so a few of those may have been loading some old environment settings that are not compatible with Daz 6. That's what I'm using, is Daz 6 right here. So they may just not be compatible with Daz 6, okay? But these are the full-fledged Daz, these are the PA HDRIs, okay? And there aren't as many of them because some of them don't have, this is the we people, okay? This is whenever you find something missing, it's the we people take it. They come into your house and say, what happened to my barrel I had over there? It's just gone. And the we people take them. They carry them off. All right, so yeah, this is how you do it. All right, now why did that? Oh, see, some of these PA ones, these are why I kind of don't like some of the PA ones. They actually move your camera around. They do weird stuff. They change the exposure. They change all kinds of settings in your rendering. And some of them are very incompatible, and some of them can actually crash Daz. So, but this scan, this is the easy HDRI scan. This is the one that comes with the program. And what this does when I double click here is this gives you it just injects the image. It doesn't change any of your render settings, okay? So that's what's nice about it. See, it's not going to change your camera. It's just basically going to change the image, and it gives you every HDRI in your computer, every single one it finds. It does not miss one, okay? So some of them are just like blurry things, and some of them are really, really like amazing. You didn't know you had them kind of thing. So now what would be nice is to take this right here and then put ultra scenery on the bottom so that you have ultra scenery land, like, and then this backdrop of the trees. So that you actually have grass coming up and around everything and stuff. So yeah, this is it. So now, so if you look at this right here, we're going to take another really quick look right over here, okay? This is what this comes with, okay? So you have your, I'm going to go through all of the kind of basic features, okay? You tell it where your Daz library is, and you click scan. And it takes, like I said, anywhere from 20 minutes, 15 minutes. It could even take 10 minutes if you've only got like 3,000 or 4,000 items that you own from Daz. Okay, but I have 13,000 items, and so it takes about 15 minutes for this to scan, and all of a sudden, bloop, this whole thing shows up. Okay, and it works on my other computer too. So it works. Okay, and so this they show up, and so. So once this is here, like I said, if you buy new products, you click append, and then you click scan again, and it will only scan, so it'll only take like a few minutes, okay? And it will just add what's not there, okay? And then you can search in here and find those products and put them in folders, okay? And say, this is new stuff. I have stuff I want to do. This, and if you, and look, so when you go into, so, all right, let me go over these features. So then you have the Easy Designer. I told you what that does. That designs filters, okay? So you use whatever you have checked here. If you check this and this and this, then it will only search these with those filters, okay? So you can filter down things, okay? And find things. It helps you find stuff. Now, then you have the Easy HDRI scanner. You open this up. It's very simple how this works, okay? You just tell it where your Daz library is and click scan. That's it. And you wait. Now the Easy HDRI scanner, if you have 13,000 items, will take about 30 to 40 minutes, okay? It scans your entire if you have 13,000 items, it can take, 30 to 40 minutes. If you have 6,000 items, it takes 15 minutes, okay, 20 minutes. If you have an HDD, a hard disk drive, okay, and I don't even know if this works on a hard disk drive, because when you go to paginate, it's going to go, and it's going to go slow. But it will, that's why it's done like this. It's going to load the pages slow, but you can still drag them. You can still, I don't know. So in the manual, it may discourage people from buying it if they have all of their stuff on a hard disk drive. Okay, you have to have it either on a solid state drive or on an M.2. Okay. So that's kind of the drawback here, but if you have it on an M.2, this is what you'll get. Boom, bloop, and it's up, okay? And right now I have a bunch of logging going on in the background, it's writing tons of log stuff. This will be snappy. It'll be just like instant when it ships, but I have a ton, every item is logging, and that's why I had issues with it running out of handles and had to restart it because the logging is actually taking up handles also, Windows handles for all these things. Okay, so so you have the Easy HDRI scanner. So you have the full scan, it scans everything, and it creates that, mimics your library with this tiny teensy thing. Like I said, it's only like about, like my Daz library is like 5 terabytes. And like I said, this is only about 4 megabytes. Okay, 4 megabytes was it? How many megabytes was that again? 4 or 5, 4 megabytes, I think. So let's see. Back here, we go back to our user data. Here's your library, compartments, properties, and it's actually 866 megabytes. So it's almost a gig, all right, for you to scan. So instead of 5,000 gigs, okay, that's how much my Daz library is actually about 4 terabytes. So it's almost full 4 terabytes, which I have an 8 terabyte M.2 drive. So I have plenty of room to grow with it, but my Daz library, so it's 4,000 gigs, and this compartment that it creates, the mirror of your Daz drive, isn't even a gig, okay? So that is the thing. It doesn't ship with this, so you have to scan it, okay? But it's not even a gig, all right? And then, like I said, when you add more content, you just click append, and then your new stuff is in here. And if you buy new HDRIs, you also, in the HDRI scanner, have an append, okay? Hopefully these things work. If they don't, they'll work in the next Daz update, okay? In the next EzFinder update, they'll start working, okay? If there are little things, if anything doesn't work, there's usually a workaround. Like if a pen doesn't work, well then just scan the whole thing again, wait, go to bed at night, and the next morning you got all your new HDRIs in there, okay? I mean, that's the workaround. It's a terrible one, but if the pen doesn't work, a pen should work, okay? But sometimes things get changed and then the things get broken, okay? So that's the way complicated programs are. This import external, okay, this is another scanner thing comes with it. This is if you have if you've created a bunch of products and they're not in the Daz store, okay, it allows you to scan them and bring them in and curate them and use them with your, and inject them into Daz as well, including your poses that scan poses. There's a pose program, I can't remember, it's like called Pose Converter or something, and it converts all your poses and puts them in like 1,000 files and 1,000 folders, and then you have to pull each one of them out, and so that you have them all in one folder, one by one. It took me like 4 hours to do it once, and then I lost them, and I had to do it again. This, you just tell it where your poses folder is. Just tell it where your poses go to. Mine is right here, okay? 3 to 8 poses, 3 and 8 to 9 poses. I tell it where it is. See all these folders? I had to go through all of these folders and take out all the poses manually by hand, copy them out, all right? And it was like, oh my God, there's upper poses, the lower poses, the arm poses, finger poses, hand, they're all in different folders inside of folders, okay? Look at this, like Genesis 8 male, okay, they're all in folders inside folders. That's what the pose converter does, is it puts them, it organizes them into little folders, okay? But what I needed them was all in one folder, so I could just go through them like this, and that's what the final result, this takes them all out for you, okay? And you just go converted poses, and here you go. There's 266 pages of poses, and I can just click on them. They're all Genesis 9, and just put the pose on the figure like this. Let's find something more suitable. Well, is he selected? We got to select him first. And you just click on it. See? That's how it works. And see, so now these are, so that means my Genesis 9 figures have all the Genesis 9 poses that, and they're all in their own folder. Okay? Plus, because this is, you decide what you want to have for folders. You make the folders, you put the content in, okay? This finds it, gets your hands on it, and you just drag it into the folder, and then it's in when you go to poses, okay? You've got your Genesis 9, let's see, poses converted to 9. See, there's 19,000 converted, and what I've done is I've started going through these converted ones and putting them all into couples, like this is all the couples ones. See, so this is like I can just go through these and there's all the couples poses. Like I said, there's a ton of logging going on in the back right now. So, but this will be much quicker. So laying poses. So there's 79. I haven't even been able to go through, but all I do is go to this converted, load this in, and type in laying. And then I can get all the laying poses and drag them into the laying folder, okay? Right in here, I don't have to do it in the, now I don't have to do it in the organizer. It can all be done here as long as you have the folder created. So, give him something a little bit more sexy. So, like, come to my house. So, yeah, all right. So we've got now all right, so we have the import external. That's what brings your poses in, okay? So all you have to do is buy that program, and what you do is you tell that program where your Genesis 3 poses are. They're in the Peoples folder, okay, in your library. Where your Genesis 8, they're in the Peoples folder. Poses are there. It's a poses. You just tell it at the top, and it finds them all. And so it tells you tell it where your Genesis 3, your Genesis 8, and your Genesis 8.1 poses are, and it puts them all in there. Then you open this up. You tell it where that folder is, okay, and you click and give it a name. This would be poses catalog name, and it say my Genesis 3 to and 8. And 8.1 to 9 poses, and click import. This scan and convert it. It actually creates little teeny tiny files. Also, this right here takes only about maybe 3 or 4 minutes to do it, and then you have them all just so you can just scan right through and say, what pose do I want here? What pose do I want? Say this pose right here, this one. Okay, so you can decide what you want for poses. Come on. Help if I clicked on it. Okay. So, all right, that is that's that part right here. Okay. Now, oh, I'm not showing both. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this is how that works. Okay, so you just basically, you double click and he's in a different pose, okay? Very simple. He's leaning up against the poster or something. So, yeah, this is how that works. Walking, he's walking over there. All right, so all right, so you have the external. All right, then we have the easy organizer, okay, and that comes with this as well. And so this is the main thing like here. And okay, what you can do is you can export all to Daz. Okay, so once you have these organized, if you don't want to use Easy Organizer, you want to still use Daz. All right, what you do is you export this all, and what it does is it exports it to a folder called The Works. And inside that folder, and I will show you what it kind of looks like. I think I've got one done. Here you go to Window, Panes. Okay, so you can bring Smart Content. No, this would actually be Window Panes, because you can bring it into Smart Content, but Content Library here. All right, put that in here. And you go now down to here, and you see where it says Easy Content. Okay, I don't know if this is still here or not. Characters. Yeah, expressions. You see, these are my folders here. The Easy HDRI. Okay, Easy Scan. HDRI people. Okay. Actually, what I'll do is I'll show you. I'll export them right now to Daz. Okay, because this doesn't look like the full thing here. Okay, so instead, what we do is we go to here, which is, this is my Easy. My content. All you have to do is, like, this says Easy Content. All right, so I'm going to just take this all out because this doesn't look like this particular. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this new folder here, Easy. All right, and I'm just going to take this all out and move it here. Move here. Okay. And this looks like a lot of stuff, but it's this, again, when you bring it out of, this is 8 gigs. When you bring it out of EzFinder and bring it back into Daz, it does get a little bigger, okay? But what's here is like, and there's my old Easy Organizer layout, okay? Now I found out where that is. But this is all the character Easy. This is several, there's 2 Easy HDRI, 3 HDRI scans. So like this is redundant stuff. Poses, all of my shaders, shader layout, skin, wood. It's like, and all of my characters, you go in here, and this is all these expressions, all the folders inside. So HDRI, look at how many HDRIs are in here. So that's why there's a lot of stuff. And then people, look, you got your Genesis 8, all of your Genesis 8 female, all of the Genesis 8 male, all of them. That's why this is kind of large here. So, but what I'm going to show you is the export to Daz. If you want to use Daz instead of EzFinder, you can. All right, so that option is still there, so that basically you can curate and get everything the way you want it to be. But it's like, if you have another monitor, why do that? Why not just, you know, inject your female poses into here, or your magic poses, and put them on your right on. I don't have any yet. I haven't done the magic poses. 8 male poses. These are Genesis 8 male poses, okay? So if I'm working with Genesis 8 figures, boom, here's my Genesis 8 male poses. There's 10 pages of them. It's all, they only go as far as you've curated them. These are Genesis 9 floating poses for Genesis 9. Kneeling poses. There's 97 so far. That's 2 pages of kneeling poses. It's like driving poses. That's another one. Sitting. Okay, you're trying to find one of somebody sitting in a car. So it's just very easy. You know, you can start a folder called driving poses, you know. And then you don't have to look again like crazy trying to find that darn driving pose. And like these are motorcycle poses. You guys say, okay, motorcycle poses. Just basically you look through them. You got laying poses, okay? So This is laying, this one right here should be, it is in the, it's not in the laying pose, but I have just barely touched the surface of curating my poses, okay? So like if you say, look at these magic poses, there's nothing in there, but there's a ton of magic poses. So if I put this whole pose thing here, why this is taking so long to move 8 gigs, I don't know. But okay, let's go magic. Search this, and that should search these. Okay, there's 16 pages of magic. All right, see all of that? How it just found all of that out. These are my converted, these are the Genesis 8 magic ones, okay? So I just take, and there's 16 pages, and like I said, it's not working, so what the only way to do this currently is to do them one by one. And while we wait for that to go here, we can just take these and put them in magic. All right, there's 75. So I have now now I'm going to have my magic poses. See, when I put them on, they all get this little painting easel, which tells me they're in the magic virtual folder also. And so this product is also for like big studios like Toy Story kind of studios like Pixar, okay, that own every Daz model in the world, and they use the items and they want to be able to get a hold of them quickly, all right? Well, that's how EzFinder works, okay? So we're going through here. This is curation. I'm just going to show you really kind of the boring part of curation, but it's just going through here like this. Now, if I had this on my other monitor, it would only be about 8 pages because there'd be these would be much smaller, okay? And so, but still, page 7. Now, see, I would opt not to keep these lower and upper ones, okay? Because I use a script, but that script doesn't work in Daz version 6. So this part will be fixed probably by the end, maybe by tomorrow, where I can just, whatever the search results are, just grab one, hold the control key and drag it, and it will put just the search results into there. That part will be fixed. So okay, so this is 8, 9. Okay, these are hand magic poses. These are kind of important. Especially if you isolate the rest of the body, you can take those hands and change just the hand. And that's what that script does. Magic poses, 750, 11. Okay, so look at that one. That was cool right there. Shazam! All right, open sesame. All right. And we go here, 825, 900, 12. Just to show you the kind of boring part of curation. And you see, I'm not really like putting the kind of time you would put into this, okay? Because I have had to curate, and then all of a sudden the program crashed, and I had to go back and recurate. I don't know how many times I've had to recurate, but now, as you can see, I haven't had to do that for a long time. And that's why I have this, okay? All of these shaders curated. There's 3,856 floor shaders, okay? This is why, and it's like, and when I go into my hair, okay, we close this, go to hair. These are this is every hair item I own that's injectable. I can just put it right on the figure. Okay, they're not all tested but they're mostly, most of them are all true blue. You just click on it, it's hair. It's actually hair. It's not a shader. It's not like a what do you call it? Like a style. It's actually hair. So that's, so this right here, this is a desirable little folder. There's 1,500 hair items, and they're just hair. And there's no like all the stuff that's mixed in your Daz. Okay, I mean, this is a folder to die for. Okay, it really is, because then you can go into it and you can just look and say, this is long hair, that's long hair, this is short, that's long, and you can start dragging them and dropping them and create a short hair and a long, like this short hair one. Look at this. This has everything with the in the kitchen sink. It has, notice how as you go through, 3 Delight, Eye-Ray, these are actually colors. It's got on and off and mattes and these short hair fades. Just everything all mixed in, kind of like what Daz is. When you go through the hair and it's like all of a sudden you've got just like all these weird things, and half of your hair isn't even there, okay? So, but this, they're here, okay? They're here. I just recognize all of the hairs that I have been using for years, all the way back to Genesis and Michael hair and everything. It's all here. And once you have them all in one folder, then you can go through if you want to curate. But why curate hair? Most of the hair works just with auto fit. Yeah, so yes, that's what I'm saying, Lithium Logica. We have suffered because our content is in this mess, okay? And it's no, Daz Studio is awesome. So it's not an indictment. It's just like we need something better, And now, as you can see, I'm running out of memory again. I think this is a logging thing. So once again, for now, I can just close this and open this. I've been doing tons of things like loading 1,000, folders with 1,000,000 items in them, and like literally 1,000,000. So it's just, okay, so we open it back up and we go to hair and then it's back, So we go back to wearable, and then I can go to like page, 15 if I was there, okay, and start working with page 15. And it works, okay? So it's a little snappier this time. You can close this up. You can close this up, and you can now, it's only 17 pages. So, oh, that's page 17. That scared me. It's like for a moment, it was like, oh no, we're back. And like, why are we having this memory thing? So I do know why the memory thing is, because this is, like I said, it's loaded with so much logging. The logging tells me when something is broken, and I can go in and look at the logs. So, but that stuff will be gone, for the final. But yeah, look at all this hair. So this is, like I said, a highly, prized possession right here, to just have my hair and have it all in visual. They're not like little, this is all like in a fairly visual, nerdy guy hair, okay? And I can open these and find out like the properties of this. So then you have the Easy ISO shader. That also comes with this program here. And Easy ISO shaders, this is going really slow that's because there's so many teensy tiny little files, okay, that it's moving. So, but I will show you how long it takes to convert all of your Easy Organizer, this entire thing, into a Daz. If it works, I haven't done that in a while, but into Daz content. Okay, so this can all be converted, and then you can just use it from Yeah, it's, is there a good way to sort for Genesis 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9? There are, but you have to find them, okay? You have to be kind of even more, that's why I gave you this filter, okay? So because you got generation, okay? And see what you do is you go here, you have to go and click on, because there's nothing selected, okay? But you click on this, and you would only select, like if you want, all right, Genesis characters male, okay? So that selects just the characters. If you're talking about, because like this selects male, okay? This selects clothing male, okay? See, so that already isolates your content into what if you're looking to curate clothing. So saying, okay, I've got all, like with me now, I have all my Genesis 9 characters. All right. I have my Genesis 8 characters. There's 519 Genesis 8 characters. All right. So there's 7 pages of them. All right. And I don't know, I have chess beat. I haven't really completely done this, but I'll tell you right now, these are my Genesis, most of my, like all of them, except there's a lot of extra kind of weird stuff in here, all right? But these are all of my Genesis 8 characters. Is there a way to do it? I did it. And as you can see, there's James, there's Jock, there's Harrison, there's Haru, okay, there's Henry, okay? There's all of them. There's Holt, okay? And these are, not only there's Holt HD, and there's Holt, okay? These are all these funky, Grave Ghoul and Gralian, Gunner. And I can just double click on them and insert them into the scene. Let's do it. Let's take one of these Genesis 8 guys and let's bring Holt in. Double click and he's in the scene. That's the way, if you got a prop, if you got a table, if you got a candles or any kind of thing, just double click and it goes into the scene just like it would with Daz. All right? And there, my friends, is Holt with no clothes on. But there he is, okay? He's hiding inside. So, and what would you do? You go to your Genesis 8 poses. All right, so you go out of here and you go to character, poses, and I have Genesis 8 male poses right here, 733. I don't know if they work or not, but let's see. Let's find something that Holt can go for a pose here, just real quick. And something withstanding. No, you're not. You're fine, Lithium. It's awesome that you're okay. Okay, this easy content. I was clicking the wrong thing. I got to go to scene and I got to click on Holt. All right, he's down at the bottom here. Holt. Double click. And now look at these poses, all right? He's fighting. See, they work. These are he's conducting a symphony. All right? And so also the expressions work. So we got to put clothes on him. So, but that's, and, okay, clothes with wardrobe. Okay, shorts. So double click. There's all your curated shorts. 15 pages of shorts. And let's see what we got for shorts. And I have to open this up to look and tell what things. So some of these I haven't completely. All right, these shorts. Okay, for Genesis 3. Now I know what they are. So all I have to do is say, where is the? Oh, these I don't think go on very well. Okay, Z. We got to find something else. Those ones, for some reason, don't inject well. All right. OBJ, those are These ones will work. Basic shorts. Okay, these are for Genesis 8. I don't even have to do anything. I'll just go right on. Well, come on. I clicked on them, right? Okay, it says unknown. Okay, we're going to go Genesis 8. Okay, what's up with that? Okay. Oh, they're for the female. Okay. So we got to select Holt again. These are probably the male. Okay, so unknown Genesis 8 female. Boom. Okay, now we can get rid of this tent. All right, there's Holt here. So we go back to the poses. He's conducting. It's like the Brandenburg Concerto. Let's see. And then we go to poses. We go expressions all. We got expressions 8. I thought I saw expressions here for Genesis 8. Okay, we got 8 poses. Okay, we go to Genesis 8. Male poses, Genesis 8, I thought. Okay, 8 male poses. Okay, and somewhere in here I saw some expressions. I thought I did. What you do is you just search, and when you find a Genesis, okay, here's some male all right, these are for the conductor. Oh, I don't have him selected again because I put the pants on. We'll cancel that. Now let's select him again. Holt. Come on. Is that going to work? Oh, this is for 8-1, and I don't think the 8 poses for work for 8-1. All right, so let's see if we can find some Genesis 8 poses. Expression. Genesis, these might be for 8. Let's see if they work. They work. Yeah, they work. Okay, he's got his eyes closed. All right, you can see that. He's going to play the flute. 8 male, okay. I don't know what he's thinking right now, but that's Holt doing something kind of bizarre, blowing the, okay. Yeah, they work. So that's that. So now let's see if this is moving, this content. As you can see that it's moving quite quickly, but the reason why it's taking so long is because there was only like 8 gigs, but there's thousands of little teeny tiny teensy files. So they can take a while to copy. I don't want to get rid of them because they're curation, things that I've curated. I can load them back in. I can do things with them. So, but as soon as these are copied over, now this right here is our Easy Shader, okay? And what Easy Shader does is you just drag shaders in here, and let's open this up. I'm not going to go big into what Easy Shader is, but you drag shaders into these slots and you can add more slots, okay? Like this, and you drag shaders. Then it shows you the images that are in the shaders, and you select the base image. You check the image here, and it puts the image here, and then you select another image for the glossy color, and select another image for this, and select another image for the SSS color, and the translucency color, and the normal map. You select them, and you pick a normal map, and you check it, because each one will have a checkbox. And once you're all done, you select the surface you want to put it on, and you inject it into Daz, and it will take all of these images and load them onto that surface, okay? So your your shader library becomes almost unlimited, okay? And this resets the surface. Every once in a while you go and start working on a shader, and it just ends up with some kind of like overlay, and you can't seem to see underneath it, and it's messing things up. This actually resets the surface in Daz back to iRay so that you can start over. And you tell it which version you want to inject to, which one you want to inject to. Are you working with in Daz 4, Daz 6, or the beta? And you set, and then and there's advanced view, but that doesn't. And all these look like they work, but they don't work. This program is still in its infancy right now. But what does work, so I would stay with the regular advanced view. What does work is it just takes hours worth of time from taking and going and finding one image and loading it into your shader, finding another image from another shader and loading that in manually. You can just load the shaders in. And I'll show you how this works a little bit. Okay, so we go to shaders. Okay, and we'll go to, let's see, fabric. Let's go to fabric or something. It doesn't matter. Floor shaders, let's see. You'll know if it works. Okay, so you drag it, drop it in. See how these have? Okay, here's another one. It only works with shaders that have images. Okay, what's wrong there? Well, that has an image. Okay, so it took a moment. I do have like 50,000 shaders. So let's see. Let's go to a ground shader. Let's see, carpet. Let's see now. Not very. Those okay. It's also got heart shaders. Let's try this. Select it, then drag it. Okay, now that's a procedural shader, so that doesn't work. With no texture maps, so you have to overwrite those. Those won't work. Okay, and there's, see, I haven't, there's 250. Okay, let's go with concrete. All right, let's try one of these. Cracked. That's another procedural shaders. Procedural shaders are algorithmic shaders. They don't have images, okay? So you have to use ones that have images. Let's go to brocade. These are pretty cool, I think. Now look how many images that one has. And then this one. That's another procedural shader. Okay, let's use this one. Let's just at least another procedural shader. They're done with like, they don't have images. They use algorithms. Carpet, leather. Okay. Another procedure. There's a lot of procedural shaders. So I was trying to figure out a way to add to just at least be able to still use a procedural shader in this. And that's still in the works. But it's not there yet. Okay, these are going to have patterns. So I'm quite sure they work. Okay, that's a base color JPEG. All right, see, so these have shaders. It's just another thing that, like, have you ever gone looking for shaders and you only found like a few glass, and you knew you had thousands and like 50,000 shaders, and you only could find like 10 or 20 glass shaders, like go to shader 2, shader 1. Okay, in here, see, skin, dirt, stick. Okay, shader 1 here. Let's go back to here. I think it must be here, but I just didn't see it. Glass. I have 16,000 glass shaders, okay? I mean, 1,663, excuse me, glass shaders. And it's like being able to find, and this isn't like all of them. I haven't curated all my shaders either. I still probably have about 200 pages worth of shaders I haven't done yet. So, but so there, these numbers will all go up. Okay. Food shaders. 200, okay, let's see if we can try one of these really weird food shaders. Okay. I don't know if that's like boiled beans or something. And here's some other weird food one. Batter fried. Okay, that's another procedural shader. Of course it would be. Food, like say spaghetti, that's probably another one. Yeah. Waffle. Yeah. Okay, let's find animal skin. These ones will work. Look how many images. Okay, let's go with that. And we're almost done here with moving all that content. So now we select this and we go with, let's grab this one as our base. Okay, glossy color. Let's do this weird thing here. Glossy roughness, we'll use this tiger thing. SS, let's use this. Translucency. Not even half of it. I'm not, yeah. That's the thing is, okay, translucency. And then we got the normal map. We'll grab one of these normal maps that looks kind of cool. This one seems to be the coolest one. Bump strength. Let's go with this. And displacement, we're going to go with this. All right. And now we have to go into Daz. We'll go File, New. New. Create. No, we don't want to save. Okay, try again. New. Had somebody already, when I buy something new and I wasn't able to find it before. Yeah, okay, I just keep doing this wrong. Okay, File, New. New scene. Create. Would you like to save changes? No. Yeah, that's the whole predicament with our content, is being able to find it. And so this is the whole thing, is this is why this was, this started out first with me trying to find my HDRIs, okay? I just had to find my HDRIs, okay? So this whole EzFinder, and then I said, oh, when I finally finished Easy HDRI, okay? And it was a program, it's the scan that scans and finds all your HDRIs. It's part of EzFinder. It just finds all your HDRIs. Like I said, it takes anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour to scan your entire, but it finds every HDRI and puts them in EzFinder. But it was putting them in Easy HDRI, and you could just kind of click on them. There was it was like EzFinder, but it would just worked with HDRIs. Then I started working with Easy Shader. And it's like, okay. And I found out like all these programs were redundant. They all had like a thumbnail thing, and they all had a scan, and they all had all these all this stuff. And so finally I got to the point where it's like, how about if I just create EzFinder, and it finds everything, okay? And so that's what happened with EzFinder. But the Easy HDRI scan I couldn't combine with the content scan, because finding the HDRIs, you have to scan kind of deep to find them. And so, and that scan takes roughly anywhere from like, 15 minutes for a small library, or like my library can take almost an hour to scan and find all of my HDRIs. So edit, so I didn't want to combine those scans, okay? So object, geometry, convert to sub D. There we go. Now we got a really pretty. So now we're gonna select our Daz 6, okay? We have this selected, but we have to go to surfaces and make sure it's selected here. All right, now inject, apply to Daz, and hope it works. And there it is. It's not that spectacular. But now that you have, when you go into the surfaces, look at this. See all of these shaders. So you can come in here now and like mess with them. Change the metallicity. Look what happened when I just did that. It started to show the shader underneath, okay? And that's this one here. The translucency weight, we bring that down. And the base color, let's make that white. Oh, look at this. See now? Now we've got something blending. See? We can take these together. You see how that works now? Look what we have. We've got something really funky here that is completely new. Now we get some of this glossy layered weight here. And we make that one white. And eventually we'll end up with some glossy roughness. It's a completely different animal now, as you can see. And that's what you can do with your shaders now with EzFinder, is you can combine these images together. We got a bump map. We got, look, base bumps. Now we have this. That is putting bumps on there. I may not have used the right base bump image. It may require a certain kind of colored image. See, but somebody who really knows a lot about shaders. Now see, this normal map has like no joy in it all. It doesn't really have anything normal. So what would be better is to use something that really has a pattern in it. It's just kind of flat. So that's the thing, is to go back here to our normal map, whatever one we used. And what you do is you just put something in like slot. All right, so this is, I'm going to just leave this here and let you guys kind of say, all right, this comes with it. And it works, okay? Now, the other thing is, does the reset, this reset, to get this reset, took me like 4 hours to figure out how to get this to reset like that. So that it's back to, and look, all of the images are gone. Oh, that was so hard because you had to reset every single one of these little things. Oh my God, that was hard. So it required combining all kinds of reset things into one. There wasn't just like, well, use the Daz reset. No, Daz reset didn't work. It just didn't. It only worked halfway. And so it had to reset everything. So so you have a reset for your shader, okay? One that works. So yeah, that was another thing. So the base color is not quite as white as it. I don't think it reset that to pure white, but there you go. And the glossy color didn't get reset to pure white, but there you go. There's your Uber shader. And it looks like it has a little bit of, no, it doesn't have emission. You can even mess with emission here, okay? If you put a emission color, see this? I don't know if it actually works, okay? But you got strength, okay? And you go into the advanced view for emission, and you have opacity strength you can put, and the thing is you can put the image in, and then you can mess with the opacity strength, and you can change the color. If it doesn't work, you can at least put the image in the emission through here, okay? Right here through emission color, okay? And then if this doesn't work, which it says, okay, let's go to here, this color. See, it didn't change that. Oh, you have to inject it, okay, but does it really work? Okay, inject to Daz. Is it going to turn that color yellow? It's not, okay. See, so a lot of these don't work, but you can always come here as long as you have the image here, and the images are here, you can just kind of mess with these sliders. The sliders don't really work that well, but the inject the images does, okay? So that's something to be fixed later. I'm not really an expert at shaders, okay, and materials. I know a good deal about it, but I don't know everything, okay? So that was why this was a very complicated thing, okay? It seemed like easy, just make the slots and put the shaders in, open the slots here and put the shaders in, pick the pictures and then put them in, and it was really, really hard to talk to Daz and say, oh, here's this picture, here's that picture, here's this picture, but it works, okay? You can drag them right from EzFinder. You can drag them right from here, your shaders. You can drag them right into here, and we find, let's see, something like rock, or stone. Okay, let's see, where is stone? Let's go to shader. Which one? Okay, marble, mesh. Okay, it's probably in the, because shader 1 would be in the S's. Rocks. Okay, so we go here to this. Oh, that's a 3Delight. 3Delight doesn't work, I don't believe. I worked on getting a converter so that it would convert it. So if you dragged it, let's see this, let's go back to that 3Delight one. Here, if it goes in, it's got converted. Yeah, it looks like it does convert it, okay, on the fly. Okay, it takes and converts your 3Delight. So 3Delight, as long as there's images, and now let's use that image, okay? Oops, we got to uncheck that. Let's go back now to our other one here. This, back to this. And we go to our normal map. This one, select it, check, and that just changed that. Now our image should have some, and what's kind of good is that it doesn't mess with but it did change that glossy color back, so it does change some things back. Oh, the glossy color went black and the base color went black. Okay. Now look, now we have some bumps. Okay, our normal map. Now it's smooth, okay, like kind of like a Christmas ball. And now we bring our normal map up. And it put it on the emission as well. So it does put and the opacity would work as well probably. Let's make sure we can put one on opacity. Opacity, cutout opacity, which would be this one, okay? And there's also luminosity. Luminance. This is an important one, okay? Being able to put a texture on luminance, okay? Let's take this one and put that on luminance. Yeah, see, this is a massive one right here, being able to do that. Okay, inject. Okay, is that going to show up on our luminance? Here. And, okay, where is luminance? What you have to do is turn this on, okay, to white. Then luminance shows, and there it is, okay? So this, look at that. See, this is amazing. See, this right here, the people who work with shaders are going to love this, okay? Look at that food. It's like coffee beans or something. I don't know. Luminance, look at that. Just appears out. And then we can take and go back out of here and take our base color and bring this up. Oh, that's, we lost our base color texture. Okay, so we go cancel, we go back here and find out what I did something wrong to lose the base color. I must have clicked on something. So this was our base color, remember? So we undo that and we just come here, select that, bring that back in. Okay. And our glossy color is there. Okay, now let's go back here. And now when we bring our base color back up to white, we should get some of that, yeah, that back. But we don't need it that white. Base color, bring it down some. And now we go back to our emission color, make that white, and we make that white, then it shows our luminance. And now we have the coffee beans back. See how they kind of show through that? That's just amazing what we can do with this. We have the bumps, okay, our bumps are here. And these base bumps would work if I had the right map. It is actually doing something, as you can see, around the edges. Okay, when we bring that in, it's putting this crisscross pattern on there. And then it's round, it's perfectly round around the edge. When you bring that up, now you can see it's bumpy around the edge. So if this was more of a map, it would show more. So people who displacement strength, people who work with textures are going to find this like really amazing. Look at the depth of the material here. So yeah, this comes with it. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do our. You can save these. Okay. Save Ultimate Shader. We're going to call this coffee fabric. And we'll save this in our user finder. Easy Ultimate, okay, that should tell you what that is. That's your ultimate shader. The only way to make this work was to make an ultimate shader. Make a shader that had everything, every possible. There's 40 properties here. And I trimmed it down. There was like 70, but I trimmed it down. So there's, but as you can see, there's 40 parameters here. All properties visible. Okay, so this is advanced view. This is, okay, back to simple view. So, yeah. And you can also import GITF, which is like an open source shader. Template, okay, that from, and I believe that like the Adobe shader designer, whatever it is, that were Surface Master or something, I don't know, they export in GITF, okay, so you can import them. I don't know how well it works. I haven't done it yet. It's been implemented though, okay? And you can save it as a DUF file, okay? And whether if that works or not, I don't know either, okay? But that is cool also. Yes, they are a skill on their own. They really are. And the thing is you see, when I made this, I wanted to find every shader. And I did. Okay, I found the ability to find like every shader that I own and then curate them into these massive files of shaders. So so EzFinder accomplished the shader part. It accomplished the HDRI part. It accomplished finding my scripts. It accomplished finding my characters and being able to curate between Genesis 8 female, Genesis 8 male, Genesis 9 male, female, and like werewolf characters and animal characters and clown characters. Whatever I want, I can curate them however I want. It solved that problem as well. But when I was working on on these shaders here, I had this epiphany, okay? It was like a dream. And all of a sudden, I just thought, what if we could just take one shader and do what I just showed you, okay? Is to put them into slots and then put them onto, and it seemed like, oh, that would be easy to do. But it turned out to be extremely complicated, okay? And so, but I got far enough, okay, where at least I could bring the images in, and then you could mess with them and draw and slide all the sliders and see what you could make with them in Daz, okay? So Daz kind of fulfills that. Daz shows you the shader, okay? It shows you, like, EzFinder doesn't have a render window, okay? It doesn't render the shader for you. You have to inject it into Daz, and Daz renders it in the viewport, okay? So, and EzFinder is not going to have a render window, okay? So that's that, okay? So it's all, it all has to do with just finding content. So you click on this, and there's your easy shader, okay? You have your, and your open slots. You open your slots, and there's your slots. And we can save this layout as well. Layout, okay, it saves it somewhere. Saved successfully. I'm not sure exactly where I have that saved, but you'll find out. It just says layout something, and and then load layout. Okay. Oh, it's actually in slots layout. Okay. See, I'm very particular about making a place for everything. Okay. So that it and not so that it's just not saved all over the place. So it saves it in your whatever you choose for your folder. It creates a folder called slots layout. So all right, so this is saved. Okay, load layout. Does it work? It does, because these actually, it's not, these are saving from Daz. Okay, they're coming from your Daz library. They're loading from your Daz library. They're not, that's why it's able to save them. So it's like divorced. Once they get saved, these are divorced from EzFinder. They're actually connected to Daz, okay? So that's why this is able to work, okay? And it was very, very, it was just all kinds of semantics and things that had to all be decided to make it work, okay? But this, and like I said, this has taken me a year to do this, all right, of my life. And so, but now it's done. It's like, that's why I'm here today, is to say this is done. So now we're going to go into the organizer. This is the last thing we're going to do, is we're going to export, okay? Now, where are we going to export? I'm going to export into a base directory, something that I've gone into Daz and said, this is a base directory, okay? So what we're going to do now is go into here, my Daz, okay? And this easy content, easy S smart, easy S content, okay, is for easy smart content. And we're going to just select that folder, export info. Is this going to work? Okay, it's going to be called the works. Export info. Now here we go up here. You see this? This could take a while, all right? It's exporting all the billboards, okay, pants. Some of them are going to stop and go, okay, like pants is a lot. It's going to take a while to export all of these folders into Daz, okay? Into Daz format, something Daz can read and say, oh, that's these are these products, and show you the image, show you all of that through the Daz content, through the Daz smart content, and through Daz content library. So so this was kind of the full circle, okay? To scan from Daz, to bring all of these in, let you curate them. And if you don't want to use this system here where you can close this and basically just go to your props and find your scripts. Look at this, scripts. How cool is this? Like all of my scripts, okay, have been curated. Where are you? Okay, it's busy because it's doing this at the same time, all right? So but yeah, my poor drive can only do 50 million files and look at scripts at the same time. So once it comes up for a breath, it'll give me another page of them. But this is 16 pages of just scripts, curated scripts, okay? So when I need scripts, you know, it seems like a dream, like it's like this isn't real, like this isn't happening, but it is. All I do is I go into props and double click. Now, if I go to VDB and I double click on this, okay, and it is going to take a while, this is 48 pages of just, and believe me, I went through these. These are poses right here for VDBs, like magic poses for VDBs, okay? I can copy these now and put them, these are Genesis 9, I believe, magic poses for VDBs. But if you go in here, every single VDB, because VDBs are easy to find. They're .vdb, okay? They're not .duff or they're not .daz or DSA or DSX or what a DSF. They are just .vdb. So you can do a scan and you can find every single VDB in your Daz library. And this helps you find it because it finds file types. The Easy Designer. So you can see this is taking a while, okay? This is hair all. There's like 50,000 hair items in there. Every shader, every surface, every hair color and all that. It's going, expressions all. It's going to go through everything, every one of those folders. It's going to create those folders and allow you to just click on them in Daz and boom, there are all the items. The problem with Daz is that Daz, except for their smart content, limits the amount of files in a folder. So when, I have files here with like 3,000 items in here, okay? Like this HDRI scan, there's 4,000 HDRIs and 4,838, 70 pages of HDRIs. Yeah, I found every single HDRI in my Daz library. There's 4,831 HDRIs in my library. And they are either HDR or EXR files, okay? So, and I created a program that takes a snap. That's why it takes like an hour to scan your HDRIs, because it has to open a lot of them and take a snapshot of it. And that's what this is, okay? It's a snapshot of your HDRI because there are none in Daz. Daz, they sold you a bunch of pictures and didn't create duffs. They didn't create snapshots. They didn't create images. You just go in and find the HDR file and use it. That's the way they figured you would do it, okay? But they didn't set them up, and you can't open an HDRI file and view it except in the viewport. So but this is an HDRI viewer, okay? You can actually view your HDRIs and what they look like, okay? And this gives you a little bit of an idea. If they had a picture, I used it, okay? If they don't have a picture, I create one, okay? So that is why and if they don't have a duff file, I create one, okay? So it's injectable, okay, into Daz. So that's what, and these are all HDRIs. They look like just a girl, but they're all scenes that change the, this is a noir HDRI, so it gives you these, this environment. HDRIs are environments, they're lighting environments, okay? So this is all now, they're here. All of them are here, okay? It's 70 pages of HDRIs. So these are one part of the Easy Organizer. They're over here in props, props, these HDRIs. They're being exported to Daz, okay? So along with all of these other items, they're all eye colors, okay? I can inject that into and look at all. Now I'm going to have 1,478 eyes with just the eyes, and I can just double click on them and apply them to whatever figure. Now all of the eyes are in here. This has to be curated, and I need to go through and say, oh, these eyes are for Genesis 8, these eyes are for Genesis 9. They're all mixed in. I'm new at this too. I haven't had a chance to to curate all of my content because I've been busy making the program, okay? This is the whole I'm building a bridge so you can walk over it kind of thing. And I'd like to walk over it when it's done too. I'd like to be able, okay, it says it's done. Okay, 194 folders, that sounds about right. Panels processed, 8. Folders that failed, 0. Okay, that's really good. Okay, so let's say okay. Now, see, that didn't take that long to convert close to 1 million files, okay? This one folder right here, this wearable hair, has 1,500, the brow folder with eyebrows, okay? It really ended up being a catch-all, has 14,000 items in it, okay? That it just, animal poses, has 6,790 animal poses, okay? Food has 13,000 files. All right, now let's go to Daz, open up Daz. What you're gonna see, now you could save this, okay? And that gray color looks horrible in here. We put an HDRI in here just for the heck of it. See what it kind of looks like here with some lighting. With some good lighting maybe. All right, so it's kind of cool. All right, so now we go back to our content library and we go to this easy content. Oh, we have to close Daz in order for this, it has to read the metadata, okay? It just has to do it once. So if you have new items that you make and you create a folder and say new stuff, you know, and you put it in there, exporting that back into Daz didn't take but more than like 10 minutes, okay, to export that into Daz. Now see this easy content, the works. Look at this, we have character, and in the characters we got the male figures, Genesis 9 figures, look at this. Okay, there's our Genesis 9 billboards. Look at every billboard that I own is in here, okay? And as you can see right here, when we pull this over, there's pages of them. There's 806 pages, okay? There's 806 items, which spans 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Double click, there's the billboard, all right? They work, okay? So you can bring these virtual folders into Daz. Now look, the shaders. You ever gonna look for shaders again? Okay, here's my bark shaders, okay? Bone. Just use your, this is brick, okay? All my brick shaders, okay? I don't have to look for brocade or carpet. This is, look at the chainmail. All right, Christmas. And so this is it, the cloth. Now, there are some big, on the fabric shader, okay? There's 3,000 of them here. That's, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 pages. And I am not even close to done of doing my shaders yet, okay? Of curating them, okay? Lace, leather. Okay, but it allows you to do all of this to curate your stuff. Find it, and it's up to you. This is shader 2, okay? Because I needed two of them. Look at this. Snow. All of my snow shaders. This is pretty useful right here for the ground. It's like, I need some snow. Yeah. And speaking of ground, we go into, let's see, we go into, was it props? Which one is it? No, it's environments, okay? Land, okay? No, landscape, let's see. All right, these haven't been curated, but look, some of them are. Ground, look at that, see? And I don't believe this is an HDRI. I believe this is actually land. Let's go into the scene. No, it's an HDRI. So we go back to, that is an HDRI. Let's go back to environment. Let's check the environment. I mean, scene, environment, parameters. Yeah, see, that's an HDRI. And that would be in our HDRI files as well. So, but we go back to the content library. You can see this is land. Okay, there we go. See, she's just kind of staking. Oops, she's, I forgot, she's flat. Yeah, so let's move her ahead. Now, when you move billboards ahead and back, weird stuff happens. They're supposed to be moved by using the, and they're supposed to be turned. You can turn them, but they're supposed to be, you're supposed to use the billboard kind of mover and thing, so that goes with it, like an app. And that means that billboards in Genesis, in Daz Studio 6 are broken. Okay, so because you can't use that app, that script in billboards. But you can still use the billboards, but you just have to kind of mess with them. Like this is a woman walking billboard. Okay, we can move her, but it doesn't work perfectly, okay? So there's a reason why, and I don't really understand it exactly, but they don't always move around perfectly. But yeah, so you can turn her so that she's not kind of sideways flat, but yeah, she loves strolling out along the toxic waste dump. So yeah, so this is, you can bring all of this. Now, what's really nice is hair, wearable. Look at this. This is all of my hair, okay? And I have, it's for every, because hair is auto fit, so it's just everything. All of the hair. There's 6 pages, and that may not seem like a lot, but when you go down through each page and see all the different hair here, and these are actually eyebrows. They shouldn't be in here. So you go through and you try it and say, oh, that doesn't work. So this is Genesis 3 male, Genesis 9. These, they tell you stuff in here, what these are. Daz fills in stuff, okay? So there's a little bit more of an advantage to some things, okay? But as you can see, this doesn't have the full information that it would have in Daz. So because they are, they're pointers to the data, okay? So they do have some information, but not like what you would find. But it does say in the name what they are. A lot of them do. And some of them have the pictures. They say, see Genesis 8 here. It tells, this one says hair for Genesis 8 female. That's why in here, in easy, that's why we have here for hair. We go wearable. See, we have this panel here that tells you a little bit of information about the hair, okay? Which Genesis 9, okay, and character. Believe it or not, that the artists in Daz don't fill any of this stuff in. They don't tell you what generation. They don't tell you what gender. They don't fill any of that stuff in. And Daz doesn't make them. It's like Daz would rather they not have a gender, I guess. You know, and it's like, why not just, you know, kind of fill it in? And if you want to have like some kind of omni-gender, then put that in, you know. There is another kind of gender in Daz. I don't know what they call it. I can't remember now. But there's, and I've always hated that term. But I guess there's always somebody out there to hate on gender terms, you know. But it's there's a term out there like that. But yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't sort things. They don't put the metadata in their DUF files. And I mean, these people write these complicated DUF programs. Each DUF file some of them can be like 100 pages long, you know, almost, you know, for a DUF file, for a character, for a Genesis 8 character can be huge. But they just don't even go in and put this information. They don't put generation sometimes. The only way to find it, what generation a character is to look at where it is installed. So there's that's what EzFinder does. It does all these tricks, okay, to help you figure out. If they're not going to put the gender into the metadata of the DUF file, we're going to find it by where it lives in the people folder, Genesis 8 male, boom, it lives there. Then we're going to put that right here, okay? Hare, Isaac Hare, Genesis 9. Okay, that's not probably in Isaac Hare. So if you go like, how's that spelled? ISAAC. Okay, let's go to the smart content here. Smart content, where are you? Smart content. Okay, come back. And we go to default, and we'll go to files. We'll go to products. Okay, Isaac. It should show the product for Isaac Hare. Let's click on Hare. Okay, here it is, Isaac Hare. Okay, it says for Genesis 9. Okay. Now it sees ours says Isaac Hare G9. Okay. And this does say Genesis 9 on it. Okay. But that is Isaac Hare for Genesis 9. So it does say it. And that's the thing, is that EzFinder does try to find this stuff. Now this one, AK Resolute, okay, it says Genesis 9 here. Okay, so these, we try to find as many of those things as possible. So when you click on it, you can say, what is this for? And this is for Genesis 9, okay? And so this EzFinder window, you can inject, you can inject these, like you got body hair, okay? Oops, I probably better not click on that. Now, mustache, okay, we go here to mustaches. You can bring them in from your from your smart content, from your virtual folders. You have all of them, your character virtual folders, your shaders, you have them, you can bring them all in, poses, okay? Bring them all in. Your virtual folders are now part of this window, okay? Or you can close it, okay? And just work with this. But now you can actually select items and drag them into them. You can inject this male poses, okay, you can select this and remove them from male poses, okay? And if you select that, boom, they're gone from male poses, okay? So you can actually now curate it. You don't have to have this window open to do most things. You do to export, you do to have to save, okay, to rename the collection and to move folders from one to the next, okay? You have to, so that's why you have this all here. And to rename panels, okay? Rename folders and create new folders, okay? That's all done here. It's not done here. But once the folders are here, this was a brilliant idea that I had just the other day. 2.5 days ago was to put this panel in here. It's called the green panel, okay? And this allows you now to curate right, so you have one window open. You say, oh, I need a character, okay? You go to here and you find your Genesis 9 figures, double click, and here it is, and you inject them in. Let's see, let's bring this guy in. All right, you double click, and what it does is it looks at whatever programs open, okay? And so if you have Genesis 9 version 6, if you have Daz version 6 open, it brings them into this whatever's open. If you don't have anything open and you double click, it will open Daz 4.24. If you have Daz Studio like 4.24 open, and you want to open something in version 6, then you right click, open with Daz version, this pops up, you select the version and click OK, and it will open that version of Daz and insert that figure or prop into it. Okay, so you have every option for injection, okay? And this crow guy, I don't think I've ever used him for anything. He's what, Genesis 9. See, it's like, I don't know if even, I think he might be really, really, really new. And I've bought figures recently and haven't had a chance to even really kind of use them because I've been so busy making this program. So this guy doesn't have skin because these guys don't come with skin. So if I want to put skin on him, I just go to Genesis 9 skins, double click. Come on. Okay, I might have a, yeah, I've got, I believe that they're called handles. We run out of handles. And I believe that is because of the, I have so much, what do you call it? I have so much logging right now. For every time an item loads, I write it to the log. This item loaded, this item loaded, this, and all of that logging takes handles also, and that'll all be gone. But so we go to the skin. Okay, so we go up here and select our Genesis 9 figure here. Go to skin. Okay, and now we have all of, this is another thing. It's like, how do you find all of your skins, okay, for your Genesis 9, okay? So you go to character, Genesis 9 skins. Look at this. 7 pages of Genesis 9 skins. All right? They're all right here. If they're not, I'll find them and put them in, okay? Thalius. All right? I don't know what this looks like, but let's try it. All right? So all I had to do was select him and click on that. There's Thalius skin. There's Marcus skin. There's Ralph's skin. Okay, and Alex's skin, I think, is Alex's skin is I think part I think his skin is part toonish, kind of toon. This is war paints. Okay, that might take a while. I think those are layers. right. Now right here's another thing. These war paints, they're all associated with this. Okay, and that's a new bug. Okay, the only way those going to show up is to bring this into here. Okay, so you select all these items, and then it shows you like the associated items with the war paints. Now there might be something you have to install first to put the war paints on. So you just go into Daz and you look for Talon, okay? And you find the war paints but basically it tells you by having these all in here, you get to say, oh, it's red cats, or it's these are my skins. It finds them and shows you what you own, so that you can go in and do a search in Daz and actually isolate that piece of that item. And so that's the thing, is that that's how this works. Scars. Okay, the scars did load, and then Noah, mats. Okay, he's loading. Yeah, okay. It's the lighting here in this world. So we go back here. So I'm almost done here showing you all this stuff. Now, this is another one. It would be like environments. Okay, Enviro all. See this? This has 71,000 Daz files in it. Okay, when I double click on this, this is why, you know, we're dealing with massive libraries. This is everything from your environments folder, everything, okay? And so it's got all of your scenes, all of everything. You click this search and you need to search for lampposts, or you search for candle, or you search for whatever you're looking for, you know, steps, podium, you know, gazebo, whatever it is. It has every item from your, look at these, table and chairs, chair, okay? And you type in hair and you're going to get chair also with it. So you have to delete the chairs out of your hair category. But double click on it and here it is. It's in the scene. We zoom out a little bit. This is quite large. It's the basilica. Okay, this looks pretty good for something that I believe is 3Delight. Licenses, what do you mean? Oh, you have to, if you mean like Daz licenses, if you, so the thing is you own this product. You have bought this product, and if you're using it for your and the thing for your benefit, and these, like what I scan, all right, it requires the Daz library. Like if you can't just take this scan, like this export, and put it on somebody's computer and load all of their content, because they're pointers, they're all pointers to their library. So this is not giving you content you don't own. You can't export this out of EzFinder, load it in somebody else's computer, and have their content. Okay? It doesn't work like that. It's all requires that you own the content. Okay? And that it's in your Daz like this. Like when I click on this right here, that just came out of my Daz library. It's just a pointer. That's what allows EzFinder to work, is that it's just a tiny, as small a file as we could get away with. Okay? As tiny a file. That's what's in all these virtual folders, are these teensy tiny files. Okay? This is the image from your Daz library. It's a tiny little file that loads that image, that loads that from your Daz library. And so when you move that file into another folder, it's just moving a teensy, itsy bitsy file into around. You're moving these little teeny itsy bitsy, like they're shortcuts, okay? And that's why it doesn't mess up your Daz content, because it's not your Daz content, okay? And it's kind of complicated, because think of how really complicated this is. Just like the shader maker, okay? That it was very, very, very complicated. Okay, look at this. We've got these little things. It tells you whether if this is a scene or if it's an array, if it's just a shader for the, like a material, okay? It tells you if it's an OBJ file, okay? It tells you, and they're not necessarily OBJ files. They may be actually just stuff files, okay? But it's looking and saying, we think this stuff file is actually an object and not a scene, okay? And so now that's just these little, they're called badges, okay? Tells me right here, these are 3 to light. It's detected that these are 3 to light. These are array, okay? It tells you what things are. That's one level of complexity that all of those itty bitty files have to remember. They have to know, okay, 3D print, and those you still have to buy. This does not transfer or give you printing licenses. You see the way those licenses work? You can go and print anything in your Daz library, but if you try to sell it, okay, you can print it for yourself. Okay? You can put any Daz art item into a game as long as only you play it. Okay? Or you and your family, your immediate family, okay? As long as only you play it. You can print as many 3D items as you want from your Daz library. They cannot bar you from printing 3D items as long as you don't try to sell them on eBay or sell them on Etsy or wherever. Okay, as long as you don't sell them. As long as you put them on your mantelpiece and say, you like that? I made it. All right? But if you want to sell things you 3D print, you have to have a license. If you want to sell the game that has all your Daz stuff in it that you've put into that game, and you made that game and you made it you've been working on it for 10 years, and it has all your Daz stuff in it, and you want to sell that, and other people are going to walk around in the world in there and see the Daz dog and the Daz cat and the Daz horse in the field. They're going to be seeing Victoria walking around and all that stuff in the game. If you want that, you have to buy it. If you want to sell the game to other people, you have to have an interactive license. If you want to just play the game yourself, I made this. Took me 10 years to make, and it's the only game I play. But I'm the only one who plays it also. that's fine. You can do that with your Daz stuff because it's just you. But if you want to sell that game with all those Daz items in it, you have to have a license for each item you sell. See, I'm not selling these items, okay? I'm selling a way to organize them, okay? These items you have to own in order to organize them. I'm selling a way for you to organize your items, okay? For you to take control of the things you own. And it's an external way to purchase a program and organize the things in your library. Okay? And you're not organizing your Daz library, you're organizing this outer layer that's been created, okay? That allows you to even export it into a folder as long as it's part of your base directory. And you can actually search through that folder and say, oh, here's all my Genesis 8 hair, short hair, long hair, okay, which I haven't done yet. Oh, hair long, okay, look at this. See, this is a 46 items. That's only how far I've gotten with long hair so far. Is 46 items when I have probably close to maybe 1,000 or something. Not 1,000, but somewhere in there. Chest hair, all kinds of the chest hair. So, and I want to keep those separate from the regular stuff, so I try to categorize them separately. Oh, you can do that. Oh, yeah, that's a very good use of EzFinder. It's just, no, I don't know about that. I believe that the hooks would be in your purchases, okay? In your purchase history in Daz. And Daz, like, because every year I have to claim on my taxes all the stuff that I bought in the Daz store. And you can download, you can export from the Daz web page to Excel, okay, all of your purchases. You can load them right into Excel, okay, and all of your Daz purchases and the numbers and all that stuff. And somewhere in that Excel document would probably be some sort of tag saying that you had a license for it. Then what you do is you search, okay? You go into EzFinder and you just turn on everything, okay? Come here to to EzFinder, and you click on the compartment and you say, okay, I bought, now see how that just loaded? We're going to load all this stuff in. Okay, this loaded everything. This just loaded 1,268,160. All right, items. All right, 1 million items. Okay, there's 8,344 pages. So I say, okay, yeah, so what you do is you find the name of it. Okay, all you have to do is say, okay, I bought a license for Nathan. All right, so we go search. Okay, and we've lost our refresh. So we'll just go, all right, up one page and back. And now this is everything in your Daz library with the name Nathan. Okay, so if you bought Nathan, here's Nathan right here. And we click on, no, this is the Nathan, the injectable Nathan. Oh, that's the matte? Okay, that's all of his skin. This is Nathan himself. So if I were to double click on this, Nathan would load, okay? So what you do is you just take and open the organizer and you say, okay, characters, okay, and you create a new folder. under character called license. All right? All right, now see I have this license folder. We'll change the color, just make it a little lighter so we can see it. All right, so then I'd say, okay, I bought a license for Nathan. Okay, now it's switched to alphabetical order, so it's right here. So when I double click on this, or when I right click and insert, excuse me, here, there's Nathan. Okay, so in this folder, you just have to search them out. I don't know how many. I can't imagine you've done bought more than 50 licenses. If it's even 100, okay, so you search out each one, you find them, you put them in the folder, but then you don't have to ever do that again. You see, they're all in your license folder. Okay, that's the beauty of it. And what you do is you save the config. Okay, you see, there's two ways to save this. I can export it to Daz, or I can save the config. And you see where it says the works? I just click on that and save. Oh, wait a minute now. Okay, this has got to be saved in, not there. It's got to be saved here in my easy user data. Okay, and then this would be, where did I save it? In the library? No, it's in panels, I think. Yeah, the works, okay? So I just saved this over top of that, like that. I just saved, see how quickly it took? It said backed up 405. That's files backed up. So now that seemed like a higher number than what got exported to Daz. I think what it said in Daz, there was like 192 or something, 190. But they're all here. Wardrobe. Yeah, look at that. Swimsuit. Look at this. Yeah, I think they're all here. it's the way, maybe it didn't tally it right, but they're here. Hair. Yeah, all of my hair folders are here. And they're all here. All the files are here. So yeah, I'm quite sure the export to Daz works. But this definitely works because if I take this works now, and you see, and if I go here to load, okay, the works, and say, are you sure? All right, now it just loaded it, and look what we have here in character. We have license, okay, and we double click on that, and it's already loaded here. Let's clear this. Oh, we don't double click, we load it, and there it is with Nathan in there. And to have only those things you have a license for show, you type in the search bar key interactive Daz license or the license equivalent you're searching for. Yeah, that's why I like your program. Yeah, see, so all you do is create because there's nothing in that file in your Daz library that says that Lithium Logica bought a license for me, okay? They don't embed that into the file that says it has been licensed by Lithium Logica. What the license is on the Daz website, okay? It's part of your receipt with them, okay? On the website. So if somebody says, oh, they used Victoria in a game, I could tell it was her. And somebody says, well, so you say, well, I have a license for that, and you show it. You go to your website and go into your account, and you show the receipt, And you say, see, I have an interactive license. It's not built into the character, okay? That somewhere in your version of Victoria is a little tag that says Lithium Logica bought me, okay? So it's not, there's no, and that's the problem with a lot of Daz. So the thing is that if you find it and if you can get that into a folder, get the things like it took me a couple of weeks to figure out how to get my scripts all into a folder. But I used the Easy Designer here, and I found that the scripts were all these DSE files. Okay, so I selected them, and I selected this DSE, and it selected, and then I unselected all of these and went to scripts. And when you inject these, all right, it's like, okay, it was like, oh, this is just like DSE. They're just like kind of files that you never use. But as I went through these pages here, okay, and this one's got a kind of a bug here going on here. It's not letting me. So there's just a few issues here. And this may not even let me go through it when I come back, because this is a different issue here. So, but these DSE files, scripts, right-click, inject. Let's go to page 5, see if it'll let me go there. Yeah, okay, so it let me go there. So 6. So all of a sudden, whoa, here's my scripts. Okay, they're not DUF files, they're DSE files, okay? And so I was able to just drag and drop them all into, these are files you're not supposed to click on anyway. Some of them are like that, but yeah, I was able to get all of my scripts into one folder here in the Easy Organizer. And now, when I need scripts, I just right-click and load them in. I don't have to go in here and find them and mess with that. They're here. And also, because I exported them to Daz, now when I go into here, they are in props, okay? Props, scripts, and here's all of my scripts. Just scripts, okay? And there's pages of them. There's what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 pages of scripts. And so this is really, really, really something that I use a lot, is to just come in and say, okay, then I can take these, if I want these scripts, I can go in and say, okay, these are posing scripts, and these are utility scripts, and these are blah, blah, blah scripts. These are scripts for landscape, like ultra scenery and Alienator Pro and things like that, and ultra scatter. They're landscape scripts. You see what I'm saying? You can break them apart. These are all for wearables. This is how you can turn all the clothes off and turn certain parts off, and it's just, you can break this whole scripts category down. And the thing is also, like, you say, well, what if I need more than 8 of these? Okay, there's only 8 here. What if I need more? Well, then you just save this. You clean the organizer. Yes. Yes. And we say delete all. Okay, I delete all of this just to clean. It says, are you sure? Are you really, really, really sure? Okay, so then what you do is you call this new stuff. All right? And then you fill this with whatever it is you need to fill, and you save the config, and it'll save it as new stuff, okay? Here. Like that, save it as new stuff, backup saved, backed up 12 files. and then you fill this up with, like, maybe you just want to put all of your licensed stuff in here. Like, these are your props and your figures and all of the licensed stuff that you have. So you could call it licensed stuff. And then in each one of these is filled. Then you export it all to Daz, and then you have another entire tree of stuff that will show up here in Daz. Like this one says the works, okay? But right under it will be licensed stuff, okay? And these are all 8 folders, okay, of the works. The characters, enviro, hair, poses, props, and okay, they're all in the works. But under that would be license, and it would be, you know, characters, props, and for licensed stuff, okay? And then, so it would be right underneath, and you go down through, and there'll be all your licensed characters, all of your things, and so that is how that works. So you can create trees with this, and you can save them here, okay? This would be new stuff, see? You can save it here, but you can also export it to Daz and save it as in Daz format, okay? Because Daz can't read these. These are made to be very, very quick, and so you can deal with thousands of files quickly, all right? When you export it to Daz, it's a little more meatier, okay, of what gets exported to Daz. And so you just clear the organizer. So you say, well, so you don't just have 8 panels and that's it, okay? You can say, okay, this is just going to be my my shaders panels, or this entire, all these 8 panels are going to be for my environments, okay? And then you can go through and you can put props, and you can put different kinds of props, or it could just be for props. This is going to be chairs and tables and silverware and tablecloths and picnic items, and, you know, and save it as, camping items or whatever. So, that's what this is you can just save, because you see, I used to have it set where there was a folder and you could put folders inside folders inside folders, and it turned into a nightmare. The complexity of it was so complex. And the virtual folders and the badges and the colors and all of that for each folder, for each. And when I'd move it like this, it would have to move all of those and tell them all they belong in a different column. They all belong in a different, okay? So I just said, no, we're going to simplify this. And what you do is you work with the panels as a tree, and you can make many trees. So as you can see, the panels are back, okay? And they're different places because I moved them around. It doesn't remember the position of the panels for each save things. It remembers it for the organizer. So however you set, if I set it like this and then I load another one, they'll all be in that order, because it just saves the organizer order. Another thing that was kind of complicated. So you can just save trees and trees worth of 8 folders at a time, and then you can jump them together, okay? Okay, third-party materials can be loaded into Daz if they're OBJ file into here, and yes, third-party assets can be scanned. That's what this part is for here. We go to, okay, and I am getting tired, so I had to drive had to work today. So, but okay, here we go. See this import external, okay? You tell it where it is, okay? And I don't know that it will work with, this isn't like a organize everything kind of program. It's meant to look at these kinds of files. So if they're OBJ files, it might work, okay? If they're FBX files, you see these are the file types up here that it works with, okay? And then this particular, this HDRI, this is a separate scanner for HDRI, okay? And this one happens to work with poses. This external scanner was meant to work with for poses. It's really, and there is a rule, an unwritten rule, okay? Don't mix imported items with Daz items, okay? So if you go into here and you create a folder or a panel, only put your imported items there. Don't be mixing your imported items. Okay, these are dresses that I have from, like, imported from so-and-so. Don't mix them with your Daz dresses. Don't mix, okay? So it's something in the manual. Don't mix imported items with Daz items. It's just because there are pathing issues, okay, where those items live, and if you move them, they don't work anymore, and you got them all mixed in with your Daz stuff, okay, and then you end up with a mess. So as long your Daz stuff will work as long as your Daz library is there, okay, in the same place, okay. So, and there are some issues like when you save this config, all right, if I load it on another computer that has the library in a different place, it will actually heal that library, okay, and allow you to load it. It does a conversion and change it. If the drive letter is a different drive letter, it will do things. If the Daz library is named slightly different, it might actually still, because we're talking thousands of files that have all paths in them, okay? And they have to be changed. When I'm thinking of releasing it, presenting it to Daz within the next few days, okay? I've got the manual written. I've got everything written. As you can see, there's a few issues right now, like I found tonight with the search, and there are some handle issues that I can get fixed easily because adding this panel, adding this into here, where now you can work with all your all 8 folders that are loaded. Like if you load a different one, these folders will change, okay? So if you load a different layout here of curation, then they'll show here, okay? So this is new, and it had to be done because now what I can do is I can just close this, open Daz in, move this over here, and you see I can work with, like, say, okay, I need a figure, a character, and so go say like Genesis 9 character, and where are they here? Genesis 9 figures, okay, and these are all of my Genesis 9 figures. So it's like, so I need one, and so I go here, then I say, okay, they got to have some hair. So I go to my hair, and here's all my hair, okay? And then, so I find some hair and then say, okay, I have to get some clothes. So they got to have, let's say, find them a toga. Okay, so you auto fit this toga onto, you got to make sure it's an OBJ file or a loincloth or something. You fit that onto them and you say, okay, now they've got to have some sort of scene. Let's put an HDRI in here. So it would be on props and we go to HDRI, this HDRI scan. You double click, you throw that in the scene. Okay, and say, oh, that's perfect. And then you go and you say, well, they've got to have a pose. So you go to poses here. And these are all, and it's a Genesis 9 figure. Well, these are all my converted to 9 figures poses. Okay, so I can just go through these poses. Most of these, like laying and floating and all these, are all converted to 9. Kneeling, fighting. Okay, so let's just go standing poses. There's 1,000 here. They're just standing. Okay. And so you double click and there's the pose for them standing here with their loincloth and their HDRI, their hair. You go, okay, I need some body hair. You go to body hair and you go here, body hair. Okay, Genesis 9. Okay, and I don't think I should have opened this. So, there's body hair, but then you got like chest hair. Okay, see, I haven't done body hair, but chest hair, look, there's 646 chest hair items, okay? How are you going to ask for bugs be reported? Do you plan to have a Discord for feedback? I haven't gotten that far to Discord or feedback or testing bugs reported, but I am interested in bugs and reporting them, and Discord would probably be a good place to do it, but I would probably work through the Daz forum, and I would be very, very active. If there's a thread for EzFinder in the Daz forum, I would be very active because I would probably check it every single day, and if there are bugs and things like that, fix them. How it's going to be done? If Daz, I would rather sell it through Daz, and this program doesn't need to be installed. Okay, EzFinder. It can sit inside your Daz library. It's just an exe, okay? It doesn't get installed. All right, so when I click on this, there's no installation. You just download it and put it where it goes, and then you open it. It's that simple. Okay, so this is how it works, all right? And you might think that it's actually a pretty big exe because it has like .NET 9. It's all kinds of C# programming and C++ and all kinds of stuff built into it. But because it's natively made from Windows code, it works like this, where you can just click on it and Windows doesn't complain about it because it's made with native Windows code. And so this is how this works. So VDB, these VDBs are amazing. So there are bugs in it. There will be bugs, and I will probably use the Daz forums. Yeah, it's also called self-contained. And what that means is that all of the files are contained in the exe, most of them, okay? There's like, this is the right here. these are all of the program files that go into making this, okay? And this is just part of them, okay? And then there's another group of them here, and these go into, those are all part of EzFinder. But this right here, like I told you, this took a year, and there are other folders full of stuff that that were used to create this program. But this is the publish, okay? This is what comes in the publish folder. And you just basically, it's going to be a folder that's called EzFinder. It'll be zipped, it'll get unzipped, and it'll be in probably a folder inside your Daz library called EzFinder. And inside of that folder will be this EzFinder.exe. When you click on it, it says, well, it's already running. But when we close it, okay, when we click on, when this gets, will Daz allow this to be run from within Daz? I don't know. Daz has that ability to do it, but I don't believe they expose that ability in their software developer kit. So there's no way to run EzFinder from within Daz yet, okay? And all they need to do is give me the code to build into EzFinder so that maybe somewhere in Daz, it would either be like a DSA file or something, or it could go into the Windows panels, okay, where it would just down in here, it'll say EzFinder. That could take like a week or so to create a panel. Not a panel for EzFinder. It would never work in a panel, okay? So EzFinder has to be external, okay? And so unless Daz ever bought it, and then they can do whatever they want with it, okay? But it could be here where you just invoke it, all right? Or it could just have a little icon that comes up here and it says EzFinder, and you click on it and it opens this, okay, up outside. All right, so it's got to be outside because it gives you, like, Daz old Daz code is kind of very cryptic, okay? And then, like, the new Daz 6 version is built on completely the newest code available in the world today. But what they do is they make it look like the old version because it's familiar, okay? They make it look like it doesn't have, like, the code, like it can't even really search right and it can't do certain things, but it can. The thing is that it's still new, and they haven't, like, when they start putting scripts into Daz 6, it's going to be massive. The stuff that Daz 6 can do is unbelievable. It's built on, like I said, the very latest, I believe, like, .NET 9. It's built on, if it has, like, it's C++, it would have the very latest versions of that stuff. And it also is built on Qt, I think Qt6 or something like that. It is built on, and where the Daz 4.24 is built on, like, Qt, like old languages. So the new languages, the thing about Qt6 is you have to pay them for it, and you have to buy it every year to use it. And Daz went all the way, and so I tend to think that they would have done better building it on. I don't know really, but I would think think they would have done better building it on like C++. The latest, they have a new Visual Basic Studio coming out, and it's still going to be like based on 2024 or something. I can't remember now. My brain is fried right now. So, but you know, it's just. But this Daz 6 is built on the very, very, very latest. So I think a lot of the code they converted, and some of it they had to rewrite from scratch. And so like the viewport got rewritten from scratch. And then there's NVIDIA. There's all the NVIDIA rendering engine is all huge stuff that they have to pay NVIDIA. I don't know how much they have to pay for it, but to use that, Daz has to pay for licenses too. You know, that's why I've always supported Daz, and I've always thought that they're subscription-based, that people should pay for subscriptions for Daz, okay? That they should support Daz, you know? And so Daz has to pay for licenses too. They have to pay big money for Qt, they have to pay money for, I don't know, other programming licenses, languages that they use, and they have to pay for NVIDIA for their for iRay and their rendering engine. All of that stuff is all through licenses, and so so I think that's going to do it. I think I completely covered the program, what the program does. You got the log, okay? This is just the log. It tells you when things are, and hopefully we're going to get the log cleared up so that we're losing handles here, and I'll be fixing all that. Those are the final kind of things. The search is a little messed up. The reason why is because this new panel's here, and I believe it kind of messed with this, because it used to be just this blue panel and the red panel. Now we have this green panel, okay, and so that these used to just inject into here, like into the middle. Now it has to jump over this other panel, and so the search is it's supposed to either search this stuff. Yeah, so there's a few things. There's the search and the handles issue and the drag and drop issue. Those are three that have I can get those fixed. I can fix them very quickly. But those are all have happened because of this green. This was like it upheavaled the whole program, adding these panels in here. And now they work. And so I can drag stuff into them like this. Just drag stuff and drop them in. I can right click and remove stuff from them. Remove from, okay, kneeling. Okay, if they were in, let's see which one, kneeling. Okay, these are all in the kneeling. Right click, remove. See, remove from, these are all in those folders, convert to 9. So these are poses, but I can, kneeling, okay, if I clicked on that, it would remove them. You'd say whatever, this whole page would be gone from that count. So you can curate right in the main folder. That's what's nice, as long as you have the folders created that you need. All right, so I'm just going back over stuff. So this is it. This is it. This is the program. You're going to be able to curate your HDRIs. You'll be able to make shaders from your existing shaders. You'll be able to export to Daz. Yeah, this is it. If you want to learn EzFinder, watch this video, okay? This video will tell you I've told you pretty much everything about EzFinder, okay? The designer, the organizer, and the Easy ISO shader. There are a couple of other programs on the horizon. There's that is a beautiful pose right there. That I didn't even know, didn't notice that, but that is a gorgeous pose. That's kind of like he's being knighted. That's a beautiful, that's like a knighted pose. That's beautiful. And so there's a possibility of a program that does the same thing with skin. Speaking of that, my back itches. That it does, that Easy ISO shader does with shaders, where it blends skin, okay, from different figures and mixes their image maps, okay, from different generations. So you'll be able to use Genesis 8 maps with Genesis 9 maps. But that turned out to be extremely complicated. And so that one, but I got very far in it, and it's actually still part of EzFinder. It's just been shut off. And then there's also a 3-to-light scene converter, where you just click on the scene in EzFinder, and boom, it just loads the 3-to-light scene in Daz, completely converted to iRay, and I stopped working on it because Sickle Yield has a 3-to-light converter that works fine, but then I thought about resurrecting the idea when I realized that Sickle Yield's script does not work in Daz 9. And this would work in Daz 9, okay? Because it converts it before it even gets into Daz, okay? So it would just be like loading an iRay scene into Daz, okay? So it wouldn't matter, because it's all of the scripting stuff is being handled before it gets into Daz. But those they might, because of the complexity of both of those, even though the one converting to iRay, very complicated, and because of the complexity of those, I may actually it could take a year before those two programs ever see the light of day. And they may be part, and also the thing with Daz, with EzFinder, is it could end up as a subscription, okay? And so you get to continue using, maybe we'll see. There could be like a demo where certain things, like you can't export to Daz. You can't save things, but you can create a certain amount of folders and stuff like that in the demo. This could be that idea. There could be the idea of a subscription where you just get free updates, and you pay like $5 a month or $3 a month or something like that, and you get to use it. So that's a possibility also. So, but right now the idea is to just sell it, and I'm probably not going to want to sell it for maybe less than $150, but it will go down in price. Okay, $150 will be the price, but then the starting price in Daz will be 30% off, okay? And this isn't your average script, okay? This is an entire program, okay? It's like Photoshop, okay, for Daz, okay? This is not your like I said, your average program. Just like Easy ISO Shader is just like a completely separate program. That's because this embodies 5 different programs: the Easy Organizer, the Easy Designer, Easy HDRI Scanner, the External Scanner, Easy ISO Shader. Okay, so and the Easy Designer Filter that creates filters, and the Easy Organizer, and then the scanner, this massive scanner that scans and converts all of the Daz stuff. This is a lot of programs all in one, and that's how this video started out, was saying how I said that it started with the Easy HDRI. I wanted to find all my HDRIs, okay? It started with Easy, so I created that program, and then I realized, oh, I want to find all my shaders now, okay? And so that turned into the shader finder, okay? And they're all here, like all your shaders. Click this, you go here, shaders, inject, and look at this. So some of them don't have, oh, this is, clear this, we have to clear this. Okay, shaders, inject. Okay, I think there's something wrong here. Yeah, these are my scripts. I think if I, yeah, these two turn into shaders once you get to a certain place. Let's see. Let's go to page 30. No, these are not. Okay, something's still on. Okay, oh, it's up here. It's in this DSE. There. Okay, so now we're in shaders. Okay, these are shader. So just this one folder gives you 1,665 pages of shaders, of all your shaders. Look at this. So this is part of the program is, and I haven't even touched I haven't curated all my shaders yet. So let's go to page 1000. See, some of these, you know, have been, these are wood because I just searched for wood and found them and dragged them. So it does, there are ways to find shaders that, those were skin ones, I think. So so you do a search here and you search, and it searches only these for like metal. Okay, so we go here, search. It's only searching in here. Okay, the refresh for the search, that's the only thing that's wrong, is the refresh. It's not refreshing. And that's because of this new thing here. So, but now you can see that these are all metal shaders. They have metallic. See, it's finding metallic. So the search does isolate things, okay? The search is a little bit crude compared to the Easy Designer filter, okay, where you can filter things. So, but the search still is powerful because you can just search, like under environments, you can search for fence and find all of your fences, and you can find barns and search for barn and find all your barns. We go here, turn that off, okay, and we go and search for barn. Okay, we clear the UI and right click, inject that in. We'll search for barn. And it's just not, so there's 3 things of barns. So look at these barns. Some of them might be under farm. Okay, there's only 3 pages of barns. Shed, work forge. Some of these are just under different, but still these are my main barns here. These the interior. There's a barn there. And these are barns. These are OBJ. I wonder if that'll load. Look at that. See, this is so cool. This is how you do it, people. The barn, you have to go to the surfaces, and we go here to barn, rope tarp. Can we turn off the tarp? This barn is 3 Delight. See, so this is kind of, okay, the tarp is gone, and there's also brass ring, a blank, rope. What is this thing underneath it? Oh, it's this water. So yeah, this is how you do it. That is pretty cool. They put a horse here and some tumbleweed. A little campfire. Cowboy sleeping with his head down, kind of laying on the ground. Sitting and leaning up against this. Yeah, with a little campfire. Some barrels. Yeah, and something off in the distance, maybe. One of those big windmill things, those. So, all right, that's gonna do it for me. I just kind of thought I would dream a little bit about a scene too, because that's what I usually do, is make scenes. And today it's been all about EzFinder. The last few videos have all been kind of about EzFinder. But this environments folder, this one right here, this is magic. This is where all your ideas. This, like, right when I inject 80,000 items just got injected in here. There's 1,742 pages. Okay, and if I close this stuff and close this, because it's all injected already, and now I'm losing my handles here. Clear this. Try it again. This is 80,000 pages. Of course, there's going to be an issue here. Inject. Okay, and we can see if we can close this and still paginate. No, it has to be closed. So it's just a handle issue. So that's what we're going to work on later, is fixing the handles, and so that these, because when it starts getting less and less, Yeah, see, it's only jumping to page 2. So if I close it and reopen, it'll work, but I have to fix that. So, all right, very, very, very good. I will talk with you. I had to do this. I had to work with this tonight and come out and show you all. And because working with it is showed me the last few items that I kind of have to fix. And they were all fixed. But when I added the green panel, they got broken. But now we have one-page curation. Okay, so that's important. So you got Daz on one monitor, and you've got this on another monitor. Angus, you have a good night. Thank you for being here, Angus, and all of you guys. Thank you you've been here for 4 hours. So I appreciate this very, very much. And this is once you do the search through your Daz content, you will have access to everything, okay? And you can organize it whatever way you want, and you're going to enjoy this very much. It's going to be the kind of pinching yourself. I can't believe I have all my characters in one folder. I can't believe I have all of my hair in one folder, and it's just hair, you know, and not all this other garbage. So that's because it's not smart content, it's intelligent content. Okay? It's you curate it. Okay? It's not content that's smart enough to sort of organize itself. It's you who organize it and put it the way. So can you do this and can you do that and can you? Yeah. Just create a folder, find those items, put it in there, and they're going to stay there. And every time you need it, they're going to be in that folder. So that's it. You know, just consider that, you know, we're talking about millions of items, okay? So you just try to do the best you can to make something that complicated less complicated. So if you can get like all of your props in one folder, and you're going to have 80,000 props in there, well, when you need a candle, you type in candle and you just search that folder. When you need a ball, or you need a basketball, or you need a car, or you need an automobile, you just search that folder. Okay, and those things. And what EzFinder does is it takes the name of the item and it puts that in the metadata as well. It takes the folder that item is in and puts that in the metadata. It does everything so that when you search, it's going to find it as best it really possibly can. It's going to have the best chance of finding things. So, all right. Thank you, Angus. You have a good night. Thank you, Angus, for hanging around, and because you're not as much of a Daz artist, you're just a fan of our channel, and thank you. And so Angus comes here just because he's a fan of the channel, and that's really very nice that he puts up with us all. But then all you guys who are artists and collectors and love your 3D craft, it's nice to have you here as well, and thank you for holding on as long as you have. So we're gonna be playing some the Sigmund theme, a little bit of polka to go to say goodnight with. And so this is RexRed saying so long for now. Thank you, and we will get EzFinder into your hands probably within maybe the next month, sometime within the next month. Okay, so sometime around Christmas, okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you for the smiley, Angus. Have a good night, you all. RexRed saying so long. And this is Ez3DTv. Bye-bye.